Bro, like, listen, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand.
You gotta let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think it's okay?
I am almost 38 weeks pregnant, and I'm here to give an update about the position of our baby. So I did a video about a week and a half ago or something, whatever, but you can check that out if you want, about kind of the emotions, the roller coaster I've been on regarding our baby being in the breech position, so sitting upright. I think the baby's in the Frank breech position. At least that's how it seems from the describing of like on the ultrasound and everything. And since then I've been doing multiple things to try and turn the baby. So spinning babies, there's a website for that. And thank you to everybody, of course, who gave suggestions, and I will, let you know where we are. But I did spinning babies, which is like you do inversions and all these things. And I also did moxibustion, which is part of like an acupuncture thing. I went to a reflexology person and the acupuncture as well. So the moxibustion is a stick that's mugwort that is burned near your pinky toe. It is interesting and different and very pungent smell. And I also I've been doing like some meditations and different things, tried some hypnosis online, all that jazz. And I thought to myself, even though the ECV was something that I really was not excited about doing or thinking that it would be the best solution, like something innately in me was just like, no. I was still like, I want to say that I've done everything possible to help turn the baby, if that helps. So today's Tuesday, the 7th, yesterday, the 6th, I did go to the hospital and had the procedure, the ECV procedure, and they do monitor you a lot. Everyone was super nice, I have to say that. And while it was uncomfortable, I wouldn't say it was painful. It's just kind of odd to feel your child being moved inside of your body like that. And in the end, the result is that she has not turned head down, at least not yet. Might she? Maybe. But all of these things, while they've been great to try, the baby is in the sitting position for some reason that we don't understand. And I've been taking hypnobirthing classes. Those classes, a big part of like the
hypnobirthing?
Trust the baby.
Whatever happened
trust
to
your body,
Lamaze?
trust nature. And so that's what I've decided to do. I am surrendering to that. The doctors did go over what the next steps would be. I'm just coming from the gym, by the way, so whatever. But the doctors did go over what the next steps would be. If I want to consider a breached birth, I have to go and get my pelvis measured, so I have to get an x-ray. And also they measure the weight of the baby, just to make sure the baby's not too big or too small. Then they can approve me or not for having that. A C-section is another thing. And of course, there is still the possibility for the baby to turn, even though they say the odds of it are not that great. But who knows? You know, I'm not gonna.
No, I am not having baby fever. I'm
I'm
done.
also not gonna try and force anymore this like trying to turn the baby. I'm working more on my mental health because it does.
I'm kind of glad I'm not her husband though, because I'd be like, no,
if
you know what? Let's not do hypno Lamaze.
When in reality, like the baby has their own understanding and reasoning for why they're
oh my god,
and I have to respect that, and I want to respect that.
I gotta respect.
So I'm already learning a big lesson as new parents about
the fuck?
working with the child. Not that I wasn't doing it before, but I do think I had a lot of anxiety around how do I make it so that this is a situation that feels the healthiest for all of us, when in reality there could be a short umbilical cord. There could be something going on in there that makes it so that our baby is not turning head down for some reason.
Just do the fucking
And I'm not
C-section.
afraid of any of the alternative options.
You can
as
get
much
a
as I
bikini
was,
cut.
because I just don't want to live in fear. I don't want to feel like there's something wrong with those choices. Like, people have had positive experiences with breech births. People have had positive experiences with C-sections. And I just keep that in mind, right? Instead of...
Okay, let me stop this right quick. This lady, I've been following her for years now. Years ago, she moved to Iceland. So she's wound up, I forget, I think she got married. Like, she met her husband accidentally. It was just totally by accident. And her husband is or was from Iceland. So she wound up moving to Iceland and wound up loving it and all that stuff. She's been doing pretty well. Started like some business, like a tourism business or something. Uh, Her first husband, they got divorced, at least last I heard. So apparently she's gotten back with someone. But I don't know. She does have a mother. Like, she's got a mother back. I think she's from Philadelphia somewhere. So I guess what's got me confused is, why are you stressing out? Now, I understand this is her first child, so stress, stress, stress. But I mean, she's got a mother to talk to about this sort of stuff. Anyway, I guess I shouldn't even be getting into this business of worrying about it. You know, sounds like she's got it under control, but this hypno, whatever it was she was talking about, and, you know, respecting the child's like whatever before the child is even born. That's I'm just glad I'm not her partner or husband or whatever, because she'd be driving me crazy with this shit. Like, come on now. Let's do it. Let's have some common sense. Let's see. You need to have a tummy tuck to remove the fat or fupa, because they can destroy the muscles when they do it. You mean after a C-section? Well, I mean, that's if you want to get back to being a model or something. But I'll leave that in your domain. Maybe I shouldn't have even said anything.
Trying to think of the worst case scenario. I like to think of best case.
But she's scaring me.
And worse.
I think she's working herself up into like a panic. She needs to be relaxing.
With like a breech birth or cesarean and all that, why can't I, right? So that's pretty much the update. The baby is moving a lot, and I appreciate all of the comments, all of the thoughts, the prayers, just good energy people have been sending me and the baby, and we're doing great. The baby has a really strong heart rate, is moving quite a lot, and is just enjoying their life. So I'm just making these last couple of weeks as enjoyable as possible for both of us, and having a calm mind. Still going to work out, do things. I'm very fortunate in my pregnancy that I am mobile, that I legitimately can go and walk decent distances, lift lightly some weights.
Tamika, sometimes I just say too much about stuff I don't really know about. And I don't know about this. But I mean, I have,
I'm probably not going to talk much more about
my,
this.
I've gone through the birthing process. I just,
and that's done. And
but she's young, and you know, she's got her mother in her life, so they'll figure it out.
Allow myself to calm down from, but I do want to talk about like my maternity care here, what that's entailed, and just different aspects of being a first-time mom, and just, you know, some fun tidbits about that, and of course travel related stuff too. I still have things like that going on. Maternity leave starts for me soon, and I'll explain a little bit about that in another video. And if there's anything else people want to know about this journey, please let me know. of course, travel related stuff, please let me know. We have fun things coming up that's happening in Iceland in general, and I'm always happy to share that. So thanks again to everybody. If you're new here, welcome. But for those who know or were aware of that video last time, I do appreciate all of you who took the time to comment or just send energy, even if you didn't say, like, write anything. So, all right, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, I really ought to start following her again. I always enjoyed her. I think she's a very pleasant person. I can't remember her name now. I'd have to go back and look it up again. But she's had a pretty interesting life in Iceland, and from what I can see, pretty successful. She even picked up the language. She can actually speak Icelandic or whatever the language is called. So she might even be a citizen by now. So anyway, everybody, welcome to Stanley versus the World, the evening edition. And I don't know. I had stuff that I planned on doing, and then that's pretty much gotten scrapped. So I'm basically just gonna wing it here. I do have a rough outline, and things got changed. What's up, A-Dub? Things got changed because just before I started the show, I started listening to Sharon's show, and I'm not going to get knee deep into detail, but I really I don't go up on a lot of panels. Like, I've never been up on Sharon's panel because I just don't feel comfortable going up there with my particular style. And I'll give you a good example. And I'm not really, this isn't really like, meant as a dig or anything. But me as a content creator, a lot of times if I'm going to talk about a particular topic, and usually it's history or politics or something cultural, I tend to be willing to share the link or wherever I'm getting, whatever is kind of the source of why I'm thinking a certain way. I'm always, looking to provide, well, this is why I think this way. I get frustrated when a content creator just makes a broad statement. And the statement that was brought up was that minority programs are being cut. Education funding for minorities is being cut. So I'm thinking to myself, well, what specifically are you talking about? And, more or less, and the response wasn't directly to me because there were several people who had the question, which funding? Can you be more specific? And, the response was, well, you need to go out and, do your homework. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's like if a content creator brings up something about programs being cut, well, dude, I as someone in the chat or the audience, I don't expect to have to go and do the content creator's research for them. I asked specifically, well, can you drop me a link? Can you tell me so I can go research? The fuck is wrong with people? Why get up there and talk about a topic and expect everybody else to just kind of know what you're talking about? Well, it turns out that it was, some minority like money allocated for the education department. Well, my reaction is, well, surprise, surprise. DEI was one of the first things that Trump attacked. And we knew before Trump ever became president that if he could do it legally, there would be no education department to fund anything. People seem to not understand that, like policing, like law enforcement and education are a very local thing. It's state and local school boards. Okay, the education department, I think it was Carter, or maybe I think it was Carter or Ford, started the education department mostly for funding. And, of course, if there's a department and the government, the federal government's going to give funds, usually there's going to be something attached to it, some goal or something that they expect the local schools to, or the state schools, some goal that they want to, they want to social engineer. That's what government programs do. However, the majority of stuff, the majority of funding, that sort of thing is more or less handled locally. And then if you're going to college, and I have, this is the second year I've had to go through the whole FAFSA thing, the student aid and all that stuff. That stuff still exists. However, as it turns out, it was a specific program. It was primarily Hispanic schools that I guess Trump or Linda McMahon felt, well, you know what? This is a quota system, and we're going to get rid of it. Anything that's DEI, anything that even suggests some sort of quota, they're going to get rid of. So surprise, surprise. That was done like months ago. So I thought it was something new. Well, it turns out they got rid of this one particular program, but just here in the last month, they provided, the government did a block grant or a pretty large sum of money to several different HBCUs. So I don't understand what the complaint is. Just because they cut some program, doesn't mean that they didn't create something else or do a block grant or something like that. And even so, dude, don't just come up there and be general. Oh, the government cut money for minorities. That's so broad. To me, just throwing that out there and expecting people to just fucking kind of know what you're talking about. And like I put in the chat, and Sharon may have seen it, he may not have, but I told him directly, I'm not going to be doing a content creator's work for him. Okay, if you talk about a topic, my standard is you have something near. So if somebody asks a question in the audience, you can drop a link or, point them in the right direction. The whole point of being a content creator is to research the topic you're going to talk about and be transparent about it. It is the wrong answer if you tell someone in your audience, well, gee, you should know this. Don't pretend like you don't know what I'm talking about. Fuck that. Tell me what you're talking about so I don't have to fucking guess. Or I can go somewhere else. Or, if I have to do the research about the topic you decided to bring up on your show, why the fuck am I listening to you at all? I have a problem with that approach. And then, of course, the other approach, which I don't do, is, it doesn't matter whether you are right of center or left of center. I think one of the biggest problems with a lot of these Black content creators, be it John Galt or Sharon Bracey, is this concept of community. Okay, one of the downsides of the 1964 civil rights bills, and the civil rights bills that came afterwards, is it created entropy in the Black community. Okay, what it did, it was almost like firing a cue ball at racked up pool balls. It just fucking scattered everybody, and it's forced Black people to be a little bit more individualistic. And I mean, there's some good things about that. There's some bad things about that. But this group think, why? There's a whole lot of we when people want to talk about, say, funding gets cut and, we are losing money. I'm like, no, we're not. Okay. I insist that there is no one big Black community. Okay, there are a bunch of Black communities, and I can back that up. Okay, if and I base it on something, and I brought up this guy named Colin Woodard before, where he talks about, just looking at America, just take race out of it. The way America formed with the manifest destiny and all that stuff from east to west, there are about 11 different, like you could call them ethnic regions, maybe ethnic, but look, Midwest culture is different than Southern culture, is different from West Coast culture. There is no one white community, and if you choose to think that way, that's literally a conceptual thing. I don't know how many times I've talked to Black friends that I have, say, on the West Coast in San Diego or Los Angeles, and I, on occasion, will go, "Are you even Black?" Like some of the shit they talk about, I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I've never even heard of that. Here, I grew up in the South. Being Black in Georgia is not like being Black in LA. There's similarities, music, there are some actual similarities, but the day-to-day, the details, some of the specifics about, point of view, there's West Coast and East Coast rap. There's, the dirty South. Just within rap music, you can't just say there's one type of rap music. There are variants on a theme of rap music. And in my mind, Black culture, if we want to call it that, is very variegated, to use a plant, a gardening term. And this funding is affecting us. No, I'm sorry. I just don't think that way. And I tend to be a little bit of a lone wolf anyway. I don't, when I was in school, I never joined study groups or anything like that because I find that just distracting. A lot of times that other people's processes of learning are different than mine. And I just never did the group thing, the study group thing. But I don't really give a fuck who it pisses off. The one thing that is common between, say, a John Galt and a Sharon Bracey is they both have this concept that Black people can go back to the Jim Crow days. Back during Jim Crow, Blacks were forced into, insular communities because the only way you could build a business would be in the Black community. One of the consequences of ending Jim Crow in 1964 is Blacks have access to a wider world. Okay. And I just don't see this bullshit about, well, why can't Blacks be like Asians, or why can't Blacks be like Jews or anything like that? That's just bullshit. Okay. It's never going to happen that way. And if you go and you look at Asians, what's his name? Get Crack used to, talk about it all the time. There is a hierarchy within the Asian community. Like he used to say, like the Japanese in that Asian community are considered like the upper crust. Then you have the Chinese, and then you have the Vietnamese. There's like a pecking order even within the Asian community. And look, if you are waiting, and you know what? I don't have a problem if you're a Pan-African or stuff like that. Just don't expect me to be that way. Okay. And I see Solid Snake. What's up, Solid Snake? You're saying I sound silly. I don't give a fuck if I sound silly. Dude, I'm 60 years old and I've gotten where I've gotten because of the way I think. Okay. I don't think there is one contiguous coast to coast Black community, and I can back my shit up. You may not agree, but I don't really give a fuck if you agree, and I'm not asking you to agree. In Solid Snake, there are all kinds of things that sound silly to you. Do you ever consider that you sound silly to me? So, all I can say is right back at you. And it is absolutely true that there are different types of Black communities within the larger or the broader Black community. And you just need to fucking get over it. Okay. Anytime you want to match wits with me on this topic, I am very comfortable schooling you like I have in the past. Okay. If you think a Black person growing up in LA has like lockstep and commonality with someone who grew up in Savannah, Georgia, then you need to you got some reading to do. You got some studying to do. Okay, I don't just throw shit out off the top of my head. I have a reason for thinking this, and I'm very comfortable throwing out my thesis. And anyone in Solid Snake, you and I have gone back and forth on this topic. And as far as I'm concerned, I win every time. And I'm just going to be blunt. I've spent decades thinking about this position. Okay. It's not something that I picked up from Sharon Bracey's show or from John Galt's show or from CT or Be Brave. I've been thinking about this for years. I've done the reading, I've done the thinking about it. And I feel sorry for folks who still think in 2025 that there is a Black community and we're all going to get together and fight for education funds. Motherfucker, you best be out there hustling and making it happen for your family. Okay, if you're waiting for the community to come and help you out with education funding, if nothing else, what's happening at in the Department of Education is a cautionary tale. It's not going to get better. Trump's going to make this way worse. And yeah, you're right. CK, you also notice the difference in the Navy. Yeah, I mean, shoot. Even if you just take the Navy, there's the ship Navy, there's the submariners, there's the aviators, there's the special forces. Shit, there's the Seabees, there's the divers, there's the admin types. Dude, just within the Navy, you could be a naval officer, but saying you're a naval officer, first thing they're going to ask you is, what did you do as a naval officer? Were you a SEAL? Were you surface fleet, subsurface fleet? What'd you do? And it's the same way in any sort of community. Yeah, we're all Navy, but even within that Navy, there are just different things, different missions within that Navy. Same thing with any military service. What's up, T? How you doing? So anyway, I just, like I said, I don't mean to, shit on Sharon, but it just really brought something to my attention that, to kind of do the theme. In some ways, Sharon and CT and John Galt, they're actually very similar in their outlook on what the Black community is. And I'm unlike any of them. I don't think there is a we. Why can't we get together and have businesses, or why can't we, get together and start schools and stuff like that? Because there is no we, for starters. If there was a we, shit, just thinking about Umar's school. Umar's apparently been trying to start a school forever, and he's not getting a whole lot of community support. People aren't rallying from all over the country trying to get his school up and running. So keep waiting on this. When can we do something? And you're going to be waiting forever. Okay, that shit ended when Jim Crow went away. So anyway, I'm done ranting. I want to listen to a little bit of this. I stopped it in a specific place So we'll listen to a little bit of it, then I'll stop brooding and move on.
Or ethnicity has no place in the United States, especially in the education department.
Oh, that is really good. I like that
How
statement.
you gonna ask me to read and then
Because
cut me off?
I think that's a good point to break down right there. You don't think so?
That discrimination based upon race or ethnicity has no place in the United States education department.
Right, and we know it does. We know
it doesn't.
Who's getting discriminated against, and it's not Black and Latinos discriminating against other people. We know that's not.
Got you. But again, this is why reading is fundamental. So the July 2025 memo that came out found that in these institutions, these educational institutions, there were discriminating against Blacks and or Latinos or whites based upon the quotas that was met.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Okay.
Right, because what proof do we have that they was discriminated against?
Okay, see, this is the problem. It was Sharon who brought it up. Why is he asking everybody to do his research? As the content provider who brought up the topic, why doesn't he know any of this shit? Okay, is somebody help me out here? Is it the content creator's job just to bring up a topic and then everybody does the research for him to help to answer the questions? Why is the man who brought up the topic asking these questions? Tell me, is there something I'm missing here? Can someone, T, you're a content creator, and everybody else, I mean, y'all go around to some of these shows. I mean, to me, if you bring up if a content creator brings up a topic, the content creator may not know every angle or be able to answer every question, but in my mind, this is not a surprise. Okay, like I said, if it was up to Linda McMahon and Donald Trump, there wouldn't even be an education department right now. And because they can't get rid of it, it's something Congress has to do. They're going to cut every goddamn thing they can. And DEI, anything that is DEI or has quotas that they feel rightly or wrongly, if they feel it's a quota, they're going to cut it. So, however, just very recently in the past 3 weeks or so, there was a big amount of money that went to HBCUs from the Trump administration. So I'm not exactly sure what Sharon's problem with this cut is. He seems to be taking it as some big dig against the Black and or Latino community, and I just don't see it that way. And, I'm no fan of the Trump administration, but it seems to me that they cut this particular program, but they found a way to get some money to HBCUs specifically. If anything, it should be the Hispanics who are a little pissed off because the money that went to schools that were kind of specifically for Hispanics, I don't know. The last I heard, it was really Hispanics in my mind who came up short. Money went to the HBCUs, and white people are always going to be okay. That's just the way the system is set up. So I'm trying to figure out what the big deal is with Sharon and why he's just throwing stuff out there without doing any sort of, throwing stuff out there without any sort of detail, expecting his audience to know what he's talking about.
Minority people, because they say that all these minority situations was discriminating against other people, but it's no proof of that.
Well, minorities was discriminated against.
Okay,
Again,
when
the
does
example I
Trump
gave
ever
was
need
you as a
proof?
black man, you take your black child to this school, and the school will tell you we can't enroll your black child because we have already met our black child quota, and we need to meet our Hispanic quota. Now, of course, they wouldn't tell you that, but
Okay, let me tell you something right now. Quotas, and I haven't done deep research and have no intentions of doing it, but if there are indeed quotas, quotas were ruled illegal back in the 80s. There was a Michigan case. I'd have to go and look up the Supreme Court case that they ruled on. But quotas in education and affirmative action in general went away like 30 years ago, back in the 80s. So if there are still some sort of quota, of course they're going to get rid of it. They literally just outlawed affirmative action a few years ago in the students for fair admissions cases, one for UNC, University of North Carolina, and one for Harvard. They got rid of affirmative action a few years ago. And if the word quota is in any of these programs, of course they're going to be cut. Whether you like it, whether it's fair, anything with a quota is gone automatically. I don't even know why you take the time, because you know they're going to do it. And then DEI, shit, Trump's been on the DEI warpath pretty much since January, when that plane crash happened. The helo hit the plane at Reagan National back, I guess it was in February. So I don't understand why any of this is a surprise or even a big deal. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just ranting for no reason. But I this guy that's up there, I forget his actual name. He put up this joke name, but he literally went and told Sharon in the chat that, hey, I think I know what you're talking about. I'll go and do some research. He did his research and then came up to the panel. And I'm just like, man, you're a good guy, because I wasn't about to fucking try and figure out and do research for a content creator. He should have done that before he ever mentioned the topic. Now, I do occasionally listen to Sharon's show. I'm by no means a daily listener. So maybe there's something that I'm missing. Maybe that's the dynamic. He throws up a topic and his chat goes out and does the research for him. Maybe somebody can enlighten me on that part. So anyway, we'll listen to a little bit more of this, and then, like I said, we'll move on. But this was just fascinating to me
because of the memo that came out.
Right, and that's if we was to take it literal what that thing is saying, but we know that doesn't happen in real life. That's not happening when people are getting pushed away from schools. They are trying to get more people in school. So this idea that
who's getting pushed away from schools?
Kids were getting discriminated against because it had too many Latinos or too many blacks or not enough blacks or not enough Latinos is just BS.
What the
fuck? We know when it goes to the other race of the majority race, those schools are the ones that's difficult to get into, not the goddamn minority ones.
So what you're saying is that
dude is talking about
no one discriminates against no one when it comes to these educational institutions?
What I'm saying is that the minority schools are not the ones that are discriminating.
But the minority schools are, okay. But the minority schools are discriminated against other minorities. That's what I'm telling you. That's what they found. Oh, you on the phone? You talking?
But the minority schools are not discriminating against minorities, because that's pretty much what you say is that minorities are discriminated against other minorities.
Yes, I'll say it again. I'll say it again simply. So if a school has a quota of they're looking for 50% Hispanic or 50% black or whatever, if you as a black father take your black child to this school in a Mexican neighborhood, or let's say you live in a Mexican neighborhood, and they're looking to enroll more Mexican students because they've already met their quota for black students.
Okay, and let me tell you, as soon as you say quota, I'm surprised that programs like that still exist. They stopped doing quotas like 30 years ago. That there are still quotas surprises me. Now, I didn't do the research. If the word quota is in the admissions policy, or part of how they're doling out money, I'm surprised it's still there. And it is no surprise that the Trump administration would want to get rid of it. I just don't understand Sharon's why he's even getting upset about this. He should be shocked that quotas still exist. What's up, Black Knight?
What has been found through research is that your black child would not get enrolled because she's black or he's black.
No, that's your assumption that's what it's no. So you did good in the beginning because that's what it's suggesting. But the problem is that
okay, this is just Sean tap dancing. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about. He's just going off the top of his head. At least that's my opinion.
it's not actually doing that in real life. I get the suggestion in what you read. That's the suggestion. What you read and how you broke down the analogy of how it can be used against minorities was a great synopsis of what you read. But in reality, that's not what's happening. In reality, what is happening is that the minority communities, they get the worst of the books. They get the worst of the teachers. They get the worst of the food. They get the worst of the worst. Okay. We know that is a fact.
So let's read.
Decide what you read versus what's happening in the real world. We know the PWIs and all those white institutes has a
no. We do not know that. Sean has no clue what he's talking about. Okay, and I actually do. Okay, I've got a mother who went to Savannah State University. I've got a kid in college. My sister has kids in college. I've been to college. No, that's not how it works. Even in high schools, it doesn't work that way. And it's funny, Sean should bring this up. My father, who's 81 years old, every now and again, he'll forget that he's told me that he grew up during Jim Crow in the deep, deep South. And schools were very segregated where he grew up. And the black kids at the black high schools, for instance, did get hand-me-down books from the white kids. Okay. And he was telling me that, you'd get these secondhand books and, people's names would already be in the books, people that he, white kids that he might even know, they just didn't go to school together. Sharon would literally have to produce for me hard evidence. Okay, what he's talking about, kids going to these schools, like black kids going to schools with secondhand books and the food's not as good, etc. Maybe this is a New York City thing. I've never had kids in New York City schools, maybe, but in my experience, and I've been in a school system in Virginia, and I've been in a school system. I'm talking about my son. He went to kindergarten and elementary school in Northern Virginia, and he went middle school and high school here in West Georgia, and hand-me-down books. I'm just not recognizing the education system or the conditions that Sean is talking about.
We know.
What's up, Ryan?
Got you. So let me read you the memo directly. It says,
okay, I don't think they have ESG scores in the education system, the education department in local schools. I don't think ESG
is illegal under federal law, but it's also dangerous, demeaning, and immoral. In recent years, the federal government has turned a blind eye toward or even encouraged various discriminatory practices, seemingly because of their purportedly benign labels, objectives, or intentions. No longer. Going forward, the federal government will not stand by while recipients of federal funds engage in discrimination. The guidance clarifies the application of federal anti-discrimination laws to programs or initiatives that may involve discriminatory practices, including those labeled as DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, based on race and or gender. Entities receiving federal funds, like all of.
So we know for facts this way we gotta break it down. We can't just read, we also gotta break it down for the folks as well. So
Okay.
we understand that DEI is not a way to discriminate against white people. It's not a way to discriminate against Latinos. It's not a way to discriminate against Black people. It's a way to include everybody. So the fact that they are attempting to use DEI as a way to exclude everybody is insane. When the program is literally in its title.
Got you. But the problem is this: the program is in the title to conclude, but they are practicing discrimination based on gender and or race, whether you're white, Black, Hispanic, or whatever. The problem is that this is involving. That's why I said this is important to read. So let me continue. Entities receiving federal funds, like all other entities subject to federal anti-discrimination laws, must ensure that their programs and activities comply with federal law and do not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, religion, or other protected characteristics. No matter the program.
So now, how is DEI discriminating?
How is DEI discriminating? The quotas. I explained this to you before.
Okay, I understand the quotas. So why do you believe that?
Okay, anytime you use quotas, whether it's affirmative action, DEI, or just some other process, quotas are illegal. Period. Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's a DEI program. It doesn't matter whether it's affirmative action. It doesn't matter whether you even think it's discriminatory or it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Quotas went away in affirmative action programs back in the 80s. I think it was a Michigan versus somebody case back in the 80s. And if you say, hey, this is an affirmative action, this is DEI, if the word quota or some system that involves quotas is introduced, it is automatically illegal. If you take it to court, they're not gonna let you do it. And apparently this DEI program somehow or another involved quotas. Done. It doesn't matter whether you agree with it. It doesn't matter whether it's actually discriminatory or not. It's quotas. That's like a buzzword. If it says quota, then dude, they're going to shut down. They're going to close their ears and say illegal. They're not. As soon as they see quota, we're done. And Sharon doesn't seem to understand that.
Quotas is discriminating.
Why do I believe that quotas is okay? So
because they are illegal.
If you aren't able to enroll your child into this school because they're specifically looking for Hispanic students, and let's say you and 10 other parents came, or 10 Black parents with 10 Black children went to the school, and none of these children got accepted, but yet the Hispanic children gets accepted, is that not discrimination?
No,
that's not discrimination.
No, because they are trying to include.
That's not discrimination that they turning away you
Christ,
and the 10 other Black families and the 10 other Black children. That's not discrimination.
No, it's not. Because they're saying we want all types of people. We need everybody in.
Okay, you know what? I can't watch this anymore.
But in a classroom of 30, you have 10 seats available. In the 20 seats, let's just say that they're all blue. So if these 10 yellow people come to fill in these 10 seats, if they turn away the 10 yellow people and and they only accept 10 more blue people, is that still discrimination, or is that just inclusion?
No, it's not discrimination.
So it should. So let me ask you a question. Should it? Wait, hold on. Wait, let me ask you a question. Should it?
Let me hold on. You act.
Okay, once again, this drives me nuts. Okay, if you got 10 open blue seats reserved for blue people, and 10 yellow people come, and you say, nope, those seats are for blue, I can't accept you, that is literally discrimination. 20, 30 years ago, you might have gotten away with it. But once quotas were done away with, if you got 10 blue seats and 10 yellow people come, you best be giving those 10 open seats to the yellow people, especially if there are no blue people in the mix. Okay. And whether you think it's discrimination or not, the law thinks it's discrimination. And I think in this particular case, you got 10 blue seats that are unfilled, and you got 10 yellow people that you're saying, nope, you can't have them. That sounds like discrimination, especially if there are no blue people in that mix. They're just 10 open seats reserved. And if there are no more blue people, those 10 seats stay open. No. It's discrimination. And I just do not understand why Sharon can't understand this.
Ask me a question. So if I say, hey, I need 10 boys and 10 girls, and it's 50 people outside, am I discriminating against the other people? Once I meet the 10,
doesn't even make sense. That's not the example he gave.
One of the children. Go ahead.
If I need 10 boys and I need 10 girls,
gotcha.
20 people, it's 50 people out there.
Okay.
Am I discriminating against the other 30 people?
I mean, it's only two.
Well, what are the other 30 people, boys and girls? Maybe you are.
Thank you.
Got you. But the problem.
Now, wait. Let me just build on why I brought that, and then you can go ahead with your part.
Okay, Sharon's
and that is how the DI is attempting to work. So they're not discriminating. They're saying we want this amount, and this is how we can have some kind of equity.
No. Dude, I think DEI is just fine. In your example, doesn't. Where do these people fucking go to school?
In our school, that's what the DI is attempting to do, to even the playing field, because it's been lopsided.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. I'm assuming that all 50 people are either boys or girls. And if you have 10 boy seats and 10 girl seats, well, then you know what? First off, you're not going to be able to reserve 10 for boys and 10 for girls. You cannot do that. That's a quota. You do it on merit, like Ryan says, and may the best boy or girl win. Basically, the way Trump wants to do it, whether you agree with it or not, you got 20 open seats, and the 20 top people, boy or girl, get in. And that's that. In theory, there will be no 10 reserved for boys or 10 reserved for girls. You cannot do quotas. And I just don't understand why that's so conceptually hard. It doesn't have to be fair. You may not agree with how the Trump administration is doing it, but even if you don't agree with it, it's pretty much easy to understand what they're doing. Yeah, I know, Uncle Fatty, and I guess I'm just being a bitch about it, but I just think if a content creator brings up a topic, he should at least know a little bit about it. People shouldn't have to be coming up to the panel to explain the topic he brought up to him. And just kind of the way I feel about it.
A long time leaning towards
it. This is why I don't go on, some of these shows. I would get so frustrated, and then I'd be rude, and then I'd get bounced off the panel.
certain direction.
Got you. Now going with your same analogy, it's got 50 people out there. You need 10 girls and 10 boys, right?
Mhm.
But of these 50 people, you only select these 10 boys and these 10 girls based on some hidden agenda that you have, where you only want 10 girls with black hair and you only want 10 boys with brown eyes. That's discrimination. That is clearly discrimination, because
Well, it's not only
why didn't you not
discrimination.
pick the
Don't
the
even
other
get
30?
with the discrimination. It's
Right,
quotas.
but those are not truths, right? Those are things that we are added into DEI that is not a part of the DEI system.
I'm not.
And that's the issue when we start adding these ifs into it.
Okay, and see, this Sharon is the one who brought up how it works in the real world. And when this dude starts explaining to Sharon how it actually works in the real world, all of a sudden he wants to go back to what DEI is. Okay, DEI can be diversity, equity, and inclusion, but if in essence, in reality, you are reserving seats for boys and girls, 10 each, that's quotas. And quotas are illegal.
That's
No,
what
but
became a problem in
You
terms.
know, if you call it, if it's quotas and you call it DEI quotas, that doesn't change anything about there being a quota system. And Sharon doesn't seem to get that. Just calling it DEI doesn't make the quotas okay. 40 years ago, quotas would have been just fine and legal. In 2025, quotas have been illegal for 30 years, and calling it DEI does not make it legal. And maybe under the Biden administration or under earlier administrations, maybe that's what they were doing. They were kind of being slick about it. But Trump isn't having it. For better or for worse, whether you agree with it or not, whether Trump is right or wrong, the policy is clear. You don't have to agree with it, but you do have to do it under the law.
To an argument that is not based in reality.
But I'm not addressing.
He's
DEI.
literally telling
I have
you
no
about
problem with what
reality,
DEI
Sharon.
is supposed to be. The problem is where we have a clear case of discrimination here, because why did you choose those 10 boys and girls, and why didn't you choose those other 40? That's the question that has to be answered, right? And so wait, hold on, let me finish. And when we go through and we get down to the nitty-gritty of why it is that you didn't choose those other 40, but you only chose these 10 boys and these 10 girls, is based on the fact that the girls have black hair and the boys have brown eyes. That's clearly discrimination. Would you agree or disagree?
The way how you based it, it can be a form of discrimination. However, that's just not the reality of what's happening. That's the only issue I have with that analogy to what we are talking about.
Can I ask you an honest question? I've been wanting to ask this.
If we go down that line of how you just framed it and we just live in that frame, then yes, that would be some version.
Well, Sharon, tell us how it's actually happening.
But that's just not what's happening.
Gotcha. Can I ask? This is not against you, but this is something that I've been wanting to ask just anybody that can have a common conversation about this, right? When it comes to DEI, is it to remove the infliction of what discrimination actually is, or do we still acknowledge that discrimination is there, but we're only participating?
No, DEI literally was just an attempt to cast a wider net. Okay. Engineers, for instance, engineers tend to skew very male and very white or very Asian. In theory, DEI was just an effort to dig deeper to find people who aren't Asian, male, or white male. It was like, hey, we're going to go the extra mile to find some qualified women or some qualified black men or black women. All they're doing is just, instead of turning over the usual stones, they're going to go out and, instead of saying, hey, we're going to go a mile out and look, we're going to go 2 miles out. We're going to go 3 miles out. That's all DEI was meant to be. And apparently, people took it and started getting fancy with it and adding quotas and stuff like that. And that time is over now.
Participating in DEI. In your opinion.
In my opinion, it is to combat the normal discrimination that is happening in America, and to break that ideology that's been going on for many years that people don't even recognize that they even do it.
Can you elaborate, please?
Okay. Again, you're not going to break or change anybody's ideology. Where is he getting this stuff from?
For example, how back in the days when we had Black children saying that the white doll is pretty type of situation. So a lot of things is happening to people that they don't even realize that they are being discriminatory, racist, or any of those things. They see somebody with locks and they automatically touch their purse or something of that nature, right? So sometimes it's just instinctual because of whatever happened in their life, whatever they seen, whatever they was taught, because people got to be taught.
Okay, I think Sharon's conflating affirmative action with DEI. What do dolls, the doll test from back in the 60s, what does that have to do with DEI?
To be discriminative or what's the prejudice? They got to be taught these things.
Got you.
What the fuck is he talking about?
That's the issue.
I like how your answer goes, and I also like what Reese said in the chat. Reese said DEI is because the discrimination is already there. Now, I'm not going off anything I read. This is just my stupid brain working because I see that bitch ass nigga Black Hawk is in the chat. But let me ask this. Let me participate in stupid brain for a second. So DEI is to combat discrimination, right?
No.
In the practice of DEI,
well, I guess
I'm only looking for 10 girls with black hair and 10 boys with brown eyes, isn't that still discrimination?
No.
So that we only.
Okay, DEI is actually not a direct attack on discrimination. It's being more inclusive. So, I mean, you're indirectly dealing with discrimination, but it's not like, hey, Black men have been discriminated against in this particular field. We're going to say, hey, we're going to set aside some spaces specifically for Black men. That's not how DEI works. You just go out and you just try and find qualified people of any type. It's indirectly dealing with discrimination, not a direct fix, like affirmative action was.
It's a hiring practice at that point.
No.
What is it?
It is a way for it to get a little bit more even, to have people have a opportunity to perform at the highest level.
Sure,
we keep on moving in the way that we are going. It would be Linda McMahon's running goddamn education where we know she is not qualified.
Gotcha. So
it would be okay. So no. Okay, okay, dude, why is she not qualified? You got a lawyer running the fucking health department. Trump isn't qualified to be president. He'd never run for office before he ran for president. Politics is not always about qualifications. It's about being elected, basically. And if the people think you're qualified, or if the president says, shit, he took a fucking neurosurgeon and made that neurosurgeon head of the housing department, HUD. I think it's still called Housing and Urban Development. These political appointments are not necessarily about, are you qualified to run a specific department? I've run engineering departments on ships, and I'm not an engineer. I understand a lot about engineering, but technically I wasn't an engineer. Political positions aren't necessarily about qualifications. It's really about, do they think you can do the job? And most of these HUD, like these cabinet positions, they're not running the nuts and bolts day-to-day stuff. They're just, basically administrators. So I don't know. It's just, people really don't understand American politics. And seemingly they don't understand a lot about a lot of things. The equity thing is what has been twisted, and the A, don't forget the A for accessibility. I don't understand what that means, Uncle Fatty. The equity thing is basically not turning anybody away because they don't fit a particular mold. You don't, if you're say running some electrical engineering shop, you don't, women may not necessarily come. Like if you put out a job application, you may not get women applying for this engineering job. What DEI would require you to do is put a little bit more effort to go out and find a broader, a spectrum of people who may be qualified to do the electrical engineering part. I think it really requires the hiring manager, the hiring company, to work a little harder to find some non-traditional type applicants. But now the bad thing is Trump doesn't even want to do that. And I agree with Ryan that anything like CRT, DEI, affirmative action, once the government gets their hands, they try and take a round DEI peg and put it into a square government hole. And, they wind up just kind of, perverting, maybe would be the right word. They pervert things like DEI to a point to where, there will be a Trump or Linda McMahon who will go, hey, look, you know what? This is so foobarred. It's so foobarred that we can't fix it. Just scrap it. So I keep saying we're going to listen to a little bit more of this. It's almost like watching a train wreck, like a logical train wreck here.
Just that good old boy system. We've been that good old boy system for a very long time. And now you got to put people that have the same skill level, education or experience-wise, to have at least an opportunity to be a part of an operation or a corporation.
So is Linda McMahon a DEI hire, even if she isn't qualified?
No, Linda McMahon is a good old boys hire. She got hired. She got hired because of who and what she does and what she's been doing by donating to certain things, right? She got into those positions and speaking.
Yeah, it's a political appointment
because of money and status, not because of her skill, not because of her expertise.
Okay, so DEI is based on merit.
What, you too tired? You should probably save it for the weekend anyway.
DEI is based on merit. So if she got the job and she's not a DEI,
is that what DEI stands for?
When we go through and we look at what is discrimination, is it fair to say that Linda McMahon was only hired because of her contributions?
No, it's a political appointment. That's why. And you know what? He doesn't have to explain why. It could be donations. It could be whatever reason, but you do not have to explain political appointments. Now, you do need the advice and consent of the Senate. So you're going to have to convince, some senators that, she's the right person for the job. But it's a political appointment. Again, people not really understanding how American politics works. So you need to have this. I'm gonna have to do it Friday or Saturday. Friday, a new game is coming out, and I want. Okay, well, hey, if there's a new game out, that'll just be motivation
to either a specific company or party.
I'm not understanding the question. She was not hired because of her skill set, is what I'm talking towards.
Got you. So the reason I'm asking this question is because the only reason that Linda McMahon got hired would be because of her contributions or lobbying her way into a job. So that means that everyone else who didn't get the job, that means that they were discriminated.
Did you never take mental health days,
they were
Richard?
more qualified than her. They just didn't get the job because they didn't contribute like she did.
Ryan, I think the link, I thought I pinned it.
So that's still discrimination, right?
I would have sworn I pinned this thing at the top.
I don't know if that's discrimination, but that's why I called it the good old boy system.
Okay, so let's call it the good old boy.
That's
system.
actually the real world.
DEI and why it is that Linda McMahon did get hired. If it is because of her lobbying, then how we say that it's based on merit?
Right, because so that's why. So Linda did not get in because of merit. So what DEI?
Okay, God damn it! Why do these people get up there and talk politics when they do not know how the system works? Okay, cabinet secretaries don't have to have merit. It's a political appointment. Why don't grown-ass men know this shit?
Is attempting to do is get people in front that do have the qualifications, do have the experience, and have the know-how to do said job. And so you got to get them in front so they could be a part of organizations and get the opportunity.
You know what? I'm seriously thinking about just fucking quitting YouTube. This is just so goddamn frustrating to me. You know what? I really should be drinking right now. Maybe it would dull the pain.
Look, 90% of people on YouTube don't know what they're talking about at all. I mean, why are you surprised by this?
I don't know. For some reason or another, I thought Sharon, half the time, I don't listen to him a lot. But I thought, to me, this is something every high schooler should know.
It's literally like you're a rarity, and probably me, in that we have the time to research some of the stuff we hear and read, right? A lot of these people just hear it, they're walking through the airport and hear the news and go, oh, that's it, They don't really read into anything, So,
well, I learned that today.
Yeah, but it's very normal most people don't, they literally are just, my father literally just regurgitates headlines that you would hear walking through the airport on television, right? So and friends, so people don't really read into things. Most things are more complicated, especially in politics. There's more complication to a lot of the stuff than like remember you and I were talking, and I said, well, they didn't do means testing, and you said, yeah, why don't they do means testing much anymore? A lot of people don't know what means testing even is. They don't even know what it is, right?
Oh, wait. I hate, this is kind of on the means testing thing. Did you hear that Trump is proposing tying SNAP benefits, basically paying for SNAP benefits with tariff money?
I don't think you should tie it. I don't understand his whole. He literally wants us he wants a sovereign wealth fund, and I'm like, we're in a deficit. You don't have a sovereign wealth. You don't tie the money together. It doesn't. What's the correlation between tariffs? What's the correlation between tariffs and SNAP?
If he ties the social safety net to tariffs, in my opinion, what he's trying to do is cement tariffs in. Okay, if you tie them to something that's actually social safety net, Congress or whoever's going to be less likely to trash the tariffs. The next president, if he's a Democrat and he doesn't agree with tariffs, he's going to be a lot less willing to scrap the tariffs if you've got social safety net tied to it. That's what I'm thinking. It's almost like a poison pill.
Well, but there's, I will tell you though that it'll end the fighting over funding SNAP benefits. The tariff money's coming in, it automatically gets appropriated.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that Number one, it's a tax. Okay, and I agree with you on that. And tariffs, way back in the 19th century, tariffs were one of the reasons there was a great, there was a depression in the late 1800s. And if you recall, between the issue in the late 1800s, it was maybe a depression or something like that. I can't remember. Maybe it was a recession. But they wound up going to an income tax in the early 20th century because the tariffs were just wrecking the economy. It was poor. Rich people were thriving, but it was the working class and the working poor who were having all kinds of problems because I guess inflation had gone up. There's some problems with tariffs. Okay.
There are for sure. And look, in 1933, it happened again, Stanley. It's more recent.
Oh, really?
Unemployment was on the way down. It got down to about 6.5% in 1933. Like the stock market dropped out in 29, and by 33, we were starting to recover. They passed what's called, I think it was the Smoot-Hawley Act, which imposed massive tariffs. And from years after that until 1938, unemployment rose to 20% for years, and I think it was largely because of tariffs. But there's a lot of factors there, but tariffs definitely did not help when FDR did it. So I'm against tariffs wholeheartedly.
He is more sophisticated now. I mean, I would think that the economy, people probably understand the economy somewhat better. I don't think anybody really understands. I don't think anybody
There's a lot of moving
understands. Parts. Right.
Well, Biden.
Do you think we're just more sophisticated now?
I think that. Do you mean in terms of you can't really predict the economy? There's too many variables.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that are we better at managing the economy? Like, what the risks are if you impose tariffs. What the risks are. Are we more knowledgeable enough to hedge against some of the problems that tariffs could?
No, we're not. That's the problem with them. Unilateral tariffs on entire nations are just simply dumb. If they were targeted to protect our industries, they're good. I mean, if a little bit of tariffs and a little bit of the Biden industrial policy is how to do it. Like, you bolster industry and put tariffs in place selectively for that's the way to do it. So it's a mix of Biden and Trump, really, but you don't unilaterally say, well, we're just going to have a 30% tariff on Sri Lanka. It's just foolish. Everyone will say
well, I mean, but the thing is he seems to be willing, he almost uses tariffs like a weapon. You know what? If you don't do what I want you to do, we're going to increase your tariffs by 50%. He's tried to do that with China, and China just laughs. Apparently,
they have the processing on the rare earths, which I knew that going in. I'm like, well, they have rare earths, nobody else has them. The processing capacity, you have to play nice because we need them. I knew that he was going to lose that one, and the only thing he's done good with the tariffs is he's got certain countries to drop their tariffs, but he probably could have done that another way, So, and the only other, and then another thing he did good, in my opinion, was he's got Europe to spend money on weapons now, because I'm sick of that's a welfare state over there. I'm sick of these Europeans living off of the United States. I'm tired of it, and so they're finally going to spend money on weapons to defend themselves. Great.
The thing is that if they're going to do that, I always suspected that we basically were kind of like the nanny state to Europe, because when we said jump, they were going to jump because we were paying for everything. Now that they're kind of pulling their own weight, do you think they're going to grow spines?
I think that they need to have their own stuff, and we in medicine it's the same thing. literally we pay for all the R&D on all the medical research, drugs, everything, and they wait to approve anything for years after we absorb those costs. And the pharma companies hit our insurance companies, which hits us, our government, our stuff, right? And then they wait like 5, 6 years to approve anything till it's off patent. So they don't do any medical research in Europe. We pay for all that, and then they reap the benefits.
Well, wait, hold it. I mean, there are a couple big pharmaceutical companies, one in Germany and one in England, maybe, or Sweden or somewhere. I mean, there are pharmaceutical companies over there. Don't they do research?
A lot of it's not. I'll give you an example. I take a specific drug that's a lot of money that is 5 years into patent, okay? And it's got like 4 more years to go till it's off patent. It's $16,000 a month. My insurance company's paying for it. It's not approved in England, Italy, and it just got approved in France. And it's a French company that makes the drug. It's a French company. It just got approved 5 years later, right? Like it's been approved here for 5 years, and people are taking the drug, insurance is paying for it. 5 years later, they approved it, and it's a French company.
Yeah, but you were talking about the research. Obviously, they did the research in France.
Well, when I say research, so these pharmaceutical companies make a drug, and then they got to run it through years of studies, FDA. It takes like 10 years from they got to do several studies on that particular drug, and a lot of them fail. So when they finally get a drug to market, they've already spent $75 million in all the failed drugs plus the testing. I mean, you got to do multiple test panels of which, so there's study after study after study. Then it gets approved. So they're already out 75 million. So to recoup that money, the drugs that are successful, they charge an arm and a leg. I mean, they charge 16 grand a month. Right? So to recoup that research money, it ends up getting passed on indirectly to the US taxpayer and insurance companies or private sector. Like we eat it. And these fucking Europeans, man, I'm done. I'm like, he hasn't addressed that issue. Trump hasn't. And but yeah, we're eating a lot of the money for these fucking Europeans. I'm done with them. So, you know, so I am glad he's standing up.
Didn't Trump just I can't remember. I didn't even talk about the story, but there's some drug that he just took generic. I think it's a European drug. He basically like struck a deal with someone. You know what? I guess I shouldn't even talk about it. I'm doing a Sharon here.
It was hydroxychloroquine. It was for COVID.
No, it wasn't hydroxychloroquine.
It was he was bleached. It was
yeah, probably. Just a slight change of topic. Uncle Fatty says that the Defense Department just bought an 8% share in a mining company that's getting rare earths from Greenland. Two things I want to talk about, because apparently Argentina, you know, Trump basically gave him $20 billion to bail his little buddy down in Argentina out, the libertarian dude. However, I think I heard that Argentina has some rare earth stuff down there. Because I was thinking, why would he just give 20 billion, even if it's a loan? Turns out that maybe there's some rare earth that Argentina has that we would have access to. So I mean that now I kind of go, well, you know, he might have done a good thing there. So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with the government owning like 10% of what was it? What tech company that Intel? Like we got 10% of Intel, we got 8% of this mining company, we've got golden share in U.S. Steel. It had to go through for Japan. And then there's another company that maybe I'm thinking of Intel. There's another golden share out there. You know,
he wants to.
I mean, are you comfortable with the government doing this? I'm not, because to me it sounds like it almost sounds like socialism.
It is socialism, and it's also stacking the deck against the other NVIDIA. I mean, are they happy that the government's buying into their competitor Intel?
Yeah, it's picking winners.
It's terrible, right? But what happened with under Obama when they had the bank bailouts, right? The truth is those banks were loaned money. They kept everybody says bank bailout. The banks paid the money back with interest.
Right.
So if we want to do funding for Intel or some type of loans where there's profit taking, but then we're out of it, I get that. But to be the government is too large of a shareholder in any business. It creates too much weight on one side, you know,
I mean, 10% isn't that big a share, but I think it's Intel. There's a board member, there's a board member that Trump has installed that basically represents the government. So we have a board seat. TikTok. TikTok's another one where Larry Ellis or Ellison and Rupert Murdoch might buy TikTok.
They're trying,
which I don't like. I don't want the government owning social media.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should regulate it more, but they shouldn't own any of. They shouldn't own anything. Like the government should not be involved in. I'm against that as much as I'm against these dumb grocery stores. The government should focus on running the country, running the state, running the city, not commerce. Like regulate commerce and stay out of everything else. You know, like he's asking for trouble. Trump is. I'm against it. I think everyone's against it by and large. So
I'm going to tell you right now, I have a feeling that this is basically going to be profiting him.
probably indirectly, I would imagine.
Exactly. So, and
he's probably got some money hiding around somewhere. Like maybe, I think they all do that shit though. I mean, if you look at what's funny about all these people in Congress, when they go in, you see their net worth, it's like 800 grand going in, right? They come out 8 years later, they're worth 22 million. And I'm like, that was from, you make, what's Congress make? 200 grand a year. And you had a book deal and some speaking engagements, and now you're worth $20 million plus in 8 years.
I'm going to tell you, it's always been like this though. George Washington was like one of the largest landowners in the world when he died.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that's just part, and why people act surprised.
Actually, you know what? A lot of the stuff out where you used to live, he owned all kind of stuff off the Potomac. Washington owned all that stuff going out to Potomac, up the Potomac River. He owned all kinds of stuff up there. George Washington did. So, yeah, I don't think he was just a benevolent guy. I think he had his own interests for sure. So,
what do you think?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Now, I was going to ask you, what do you think of this Sharon thing? I guess you already said that, I should stop being surprised, but I'm shocked, quite frankly.
I will tell you. So, and Uncle Fatty said something like they started to include in DEI the letter A for accessibility and for like people with disabilities. And I think that people with disabilities, for sure, like in a wheelchair, there should be accommodations or recruiting or something, right? And I will tell you that, just to share on the personal level, my wife was the captain of neurodiversity recruitment / mentoring, right? And so at her company, they were trying to recruit or be inclusive to autistic people, specifically for a lot of jobs where mathematics is involved.
Yeah, I was about to say they're looking for a Rain Man.
People doing quants, right? Like people doing quants. And, and so she was very involved in that. And there were different groups. There was something called Mosaic, which was minorities of color, people of color. There was a woman group. There was a rainbow group, it was called. And each group was mentoring and or recruiting or trying to bring in people of these different. Um, it got polluted because HR at this company, they started to be judged on, hey, are you starting to pull from these groups because we're spending money on this? Are you starting to pull? And then next thing you know, they're managing by the numbers. Well, I got 6 gay people, 4.
Well, who was it the government requiring it?
No, she works for a private company. But a lot of these private companies, and then those numbers from HR end up going into the ESG score, which affects the stock price.
Correct.
And so so it wasn't discrimination, but it could be in design. But once HR gets involved and they start going, well, we need 3 more gay people, that is where you get, right? So it was
that's when you hire Kelvin.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you right now, it was good. Think about it. Who's better at math than the autistic, right? And I mean,
I think you've been watching. You watched A Beautiful Mind one too many times.
Well, I'll tell you, but they can't get through the interview because of the social awkwardness of them, right? So
it's kind of like Asians getting into Harvard.
Well, I will tell you that I think that it was a good thing, but then once you start managing by the numbers, it's a in situ. What's the word? It becomes a quota system, whether you don't want it to be or not, right? So,
right. But the thing is I'm kind of pro affirmative action and pro DEI, but I'm also pro following the law. Okay, and if quotas are against the law, whether you agree with the law or not, if there is a quota of any sort, even if it's with the best of intentions, it's illegal. And that's why I'm surprised. Look, I'm not surprised that people may disagree on the quotas and the DEI. What's bothering me is the simple act of critical thinking your way through whether something's discriminatory or not. Why can't a grown fucking man be able to think well enough to understand that even if it's a DEI program and it's got great intentions, a quota is illegal, period.
Yeah.
I mean, just because, hey, there are a lot of things. Look, colorblind law, and I was talking to Flow State the other day in someone's chat. Hey, you know what? With colorblind law, you don't care about the outcomes. You care that the law is colorblind. And if the law itself require, if what you're doing requires quotas, then the law's got to be colorblind and they don't care about the outcomes. If the outcome winds up being that there are no blacks or no women or no whatever working there, they don't care about the outcomes. They care about the law itself. The outcome they pretty much treat as an act of God. We can't control the outcome, but we can control the law.
I think both are I think if you have an organization where if it's just one group and that's I think there's a problem there, and it's probably hurting your business or organization too, because again, the study says diversity is good, the McKinsey study.
Right.
But I think if you start managing by head counts based on characteristics, you're also teetering on danger because you're going to lose people that are valuable because you're managing head counts. So, but again, it's just the US, we're just extreme. We can't just have a little bit. We got to have a lot one way or a lot another or a lot this way and a lot that. It's just affirmative action, I think, was a good thing. And it certainly helped historical harm. And they took that program and they said, and the next thing you know, again, with the government contracts, like Pakistanis, black people weren't being helped. It was like Pakistanis and Indians that were in the country for a month. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Right? Like, well, it's minorities and Latinos. I'm like, well, there's historical harm to Latinos, but not like blacks suffered in the United States. So I'm pro affirmative action. But once they opened it up to somebody from Mongolia that came here and it's now a minority, I'm like, this doesn't.
Well, the thing is the way. Look, I think the Civil Rights Bill, and I don't know whether it was intentional. I don't want to think it was intentional, but I think the Civil Rights Bill has wound up being more or less a poison pill.
Why?
Well, because white people claiming that they are being discriminated against, I find that
Because of the Civil
highly
Rights Bill?
unlikely. Huh?
Because of the Civil Rights Bill? I
Well,
thought the Civil
yeah.
Rights Bill was just to like
Okay,
make
I
it
don't know
equal
if you.
for everybody.
No. Basically, if let me give you a good example, the Voting Rights Act. Okay. Slowly but surely, it's been dismantled over the years. Well, the next, I think this year, they're going to hear another provision that basically, look, the Voting Rights Act was really about race in the South. Okay. And people like Justice Roberts think that at this point in U.S. history, race has been solved. We are post-racial in the mind of Clarence Thomas and the other conservatives on the court. And they're basically saying, hey, look, if you are creating, say, a black district in Alabama, that's racial. You cannot create a black district because it goes against equal protection. Okay, so what was working, all of a sudden, the reverse racism. Vivek Ramaswamy, I was watching something on the earlier show today where Vivek Ramaswamy says reverse racism is racism. Okay, so if we're creating black districts in Alabama, that's race. You can't do that. So it's actually working against the intent, the original intent of the Civil Rights Bill. The Civil Rights Bill, like the 14th Amendment, we know why it was created, but now what it was created for is all of a sudden racial to a point to where, hey, you're discriminating against, you're discriminating against white people and other types of people if you're creating a black district in Alabama.
I almost think so. If you think about this, and I agree with you with what you're saying. I see where, I mean, I guess I see both sides. Is there a Latino provision? Like, I think because, okay, I'll just say it this way. I think because the black vote is very Democrat, because really it's about,
well, that's part of it.
Vote,
yep.
Right.
Yep.
So I think it's like, okay, we know this, we're at 80% or whatever it is, 75%. I don't know the numbers, but it's almost a guaranteed Democrat nod, right? So
and that is why. That's one of the, believe me, if blacks were 50% Republican and 50% Democrat, they wouldn't care. Because
it would be either party would be like, oh, who gives a shit?
Well, no, it would be competitive. However, American history is what it is. And there's a reason blacks vote Democrat. And it's not because the Democrats have a plantation that we want to be on. It's because there are Nick Fuentes's and others like him in the Republican Party. That's why blacks don't want to vote Republican. I'm not voting for a president who had Thanksgiving dinner with Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I get that. I get it. I mean, at the end of the day, though, if it was about the districts specifically, if it was split, I don't think these politicians would give a damn either way because they just care about themselves, really, But it's funny because you never hear about the Latino vote. Is it Civil Rights?
You do in Texas.
Well, I'm asking on the civil rights. So the voting provision, or the Voting Rights Act, do they talk about just the black vote, or do they say Latino vote or minority vote? Like, how do they word it?
It's usually the black vote in the South. Now, I don't know the history very well, but you know the name Cesar Chavez, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, there
Farm
was a
worker in
whole
California.
there was a whole farm workers, and I'm sure it included voting out in the Southwest, California
In
specifically.
California, I know it was there.
Right.
Well, I just wonder because I'm sure the Latino vote, quote unquote, I think that's more split though. I think that's more 50-50. That's probably why they don't ever talk about this shit.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
the Asian vote, at least certain types of Asians vote Democrat. That's one thing Amy Wax complained about years ago. And for the longest time, um, Latinos voted Democrat. But that's
The
changing.
the
But I don't think
landscape
it's
is really changing overall, Stanley. Like I was just reading today, like I mean, upper class whites pretty much are hugely Democrat, and it's just there's a real the dynamics are really changing. Low class whites used to vote Democrat exclusively, and so now
right.
that's Republican vote. I mean, the shit's just changing left and right every day.
Yeah, but
So
I think I just got a couple books today. I need to bone up on populism. Um, just over the next month or so, I've got 3 or 4 books I'm going to get in. I pretty much know what populism is, but I need to be more familiar with the history because I was listening to something on Bacon's Rebellion, which was probably, one of the first black, white, populist type coalitions. There have been other types of black-white coalitions at the working class or farmer level in American history, and I need to bone up on it. Yeah, it's an old-fashioned term, Kelvin. You're probably too young to remember. It means you need to study up to get more familiar
he
with
doesn't.
it.
I think isn't he British too? They don't. I don't
Well,
know
I
any.
mean, he knows about bones, and they go up something or another, but he's never heard the two together.
I don't understand half of what they say. I don't know what quid is, and if you ever hear somebody like Cockney English, I'm like, I don't understand anything these people say. So they just got crazy. It's I
Well,
need
I
some
mean, they
quid, man.
they have, at least on
Yeah.
TV, they have this thing where they rhyme, like the word they intend on using, they pick a word that rhymes with it, and you're supposed to understand. It's almost like the British version of AAVE.
Yeah. Well,
It's like the British version of Ebonics.
dude, I put the subtitles on because I don't understand a lot of the shit the Brits are saying. Like especially the Irish. It's hard to even make out the language. So I put the subtitles on when I watch any kind of British programming. So because I don't know, I don't understand it. So just the accent is too strong for me. So, but I don't know. I'm with you on
Well,
this.
how?
And do you think the Voting Rights Act was a poison pill or was a
No,
civil
I think
rights?
the 1960. I think the 1964 Civil Rights Bill was a poison pill,
Really?
and there's a
I don't know.
couple reasons I think this. I've
I like to
shown.
think it's not. I'd
Well,
like to
hold
think
on.
it's
Let me
not.
explain. I'm not just throwing it out there. There's actually
Yeah.
2 reasons I think this.
Yeah.
Um, you remember I talked about, maybe you don't come around as often, but I talked about a congresswoman named Martha Griffiths. The original 1964 Civil Rights Bill did not have sex as a protected class. It was added, it was either in the late 60s or early 70s. Martha Griffiths was a congresswoman. I think she was from Michigan. I'm not sure about that, but she was in Congress. And I have a video clip of her specifically saying that she wanted sex as a protected class in the Civil Rights Bill because white women like her were afraid that black women would get some opportunities or rights that white women wouldn't have. She literally says that.
Yeah. Did they
So
include
all
sex?
of a sudden, and you know, to people like Aramiyose Frimpong, that's literally when the civil rights part of it started failing, because we started adding sex, then we started adding sexual orientation. It was all kinds of things piggybacking on top of the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's somewhat of a poison pill there. And then I already explained that all of a sudden, because the Voting Rights Act was a civil rights bill too. There were several civil rights bills between 64 and I think 68. And I talked about, hey, if the Supreme Court a few years ago told Alabama that they had to create a second majority black voting district. Okay, well, the poison pill with the 1964 Civil Rights Bill is if you create a voting district based on race, you are literally, the argument is that all of a sudden you're discriminating against non-blacks when you start using race to create voting districts. And they can get away with that. That's why I'm saying it's a poison pill. All of a sudden,
well, hold on, because I'm trying to follow you. So Alabama said you have to do this, and then
no. The Supreme Court told Alabama.
Okay, so
you know how they fight over how they gerrymander.
I got you. Okay. Oh no, I got you. I see what you're saying.
A few years ago, there was a lawsuit against Alabama, like, hey, we don't like the way you gerrymandered it. We've got enough blacks in this area that we can create two majority black districts in Alabama. Went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says, Alabama, you need to create another district. Now, the trick was it was really close to an election. So Alabama said, nope, we're not going to do anything until after the election. Well, after the election, Alabama just blew off the Supreme Court. Now, here we are several years later, and all of a sudden, reverse discrimination is a big thing. Okay. And the thinking now is, hey, if we are creating voting districts based on race, that is that's basically illegal based on the 1964 Civil Rights Act and based on the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause. Okay, if you are favoring blacks, then you are disfavoring non-blacks.
So what's interesting about it is, let's just say for whatever reason, like demographics was shifting in Alabama hugely. Like a lot of black people were like, we hate Alabama, we're moving out. And they were down. So what you're saying is, I'm trying to follow. So what you're saying is, like, let's say they were down to 5,000 blacks in the entire state, there would still be two districts. They would still have to have two districts, right?
No,
because there was
no. What I'm saying is Alabama's basically saying, and now other states are saying, dude, you just draw the districts. We don't care about race anymore. If you say I'm creating a black district, that's automatically discriminatory against whites or non-blacks.
Yeah, Latino.
It's like colorblind. It's like a colorblind law. Okay, if you mention race in a law, it's automatically against the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. Well, they're saying, hey, look, in 2025, if you are favoring one type of person in this district, that is discriminatory. You can't do that anymore.
Well, what's interesting is, if, like, let's say 10 years from now, we see this kind of change in, quote unquote, the issues, right? Where Republicans and Democrats have been switching sides on stuff. it'd be interesting in 10 years. Let's just say the black vote ends up Republican. It would be hilarious to watch both of these Democrats and Republicans just switch their whole deal. They would fight the opposite against each other. Because again, it's about winning. It's about Democrat versus Republican more than anything, right? So it'd be funny to watch them
Yeah,
switch
but I
up.
mean, America's history is so complicated. It's really hard to separate race out of politics.
Well, no, what I mean is though, these parties are so fucking self-serving. Again, if it was if blacks were 50-50, they wouldn't give a shit about the districting. They would only care about winning their party, right?
Well, I
So,
really wish there was like a third alternative because, in my opinion, Democrats have gotten way too complacent. You know, they need to be shaken up a bit.
I think I mean, you think they should be more aggressive, which I've heard that from a lot of the
Well, no,
Democrats.
I'm saying when it comes to black voters, Joe Biden was they're right when he said, "Hey, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black." And then look, you remember the 2019, Joe Biden was between a rock and a hard place until he got to South Carolina. South
Clever, yeah.
Carolina, yeah, South Carolina literally made Joe Biden president because it gave him a springboard.
Yeah,
Well,
he was
when he
losing.
went to South Carolina, that's where he made the promise about a female black vice president and a black female justice. He did that to get votes in South Carolina.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that you know what? Um, he knew he could make an empty promise like that, whether it was good, bad, or indifferent. He knew if he dangled that in front of the black vote in South Carolina, he was going to get their vote. My opinion is that, you know what? He knew if he dangled that, he was going to win. We made it too easy.
I mean, you know, I mean, I'm with you. I don't disagree with you, but I think that's politics. That's what they all do, you know.
Oh
I
no, no,
mean,
no.
look at
I'm just saying blacks made it easy. I know it's politics, but blacks should not be so predictable. I guess that's what I'm saying. We've the Democrats know that blacks in America are kind of between a rock and a hard place. You know, you either vote for someone who has Thanksgiving dinner who with Nick Fuentes, or you vote for a guy who goes, "Hey, if you don't vote for me, you're black." There is no third alternative.
well, I think a lot of people don't have an actual party in the country. And I mean, and I say that because, you know, if you look at Trump's policies, I just want somebody that wants to stop spending $7 trillion a year as a government. Like my biggest issue is I'm fearful due to the financial peril that I believe we are facing because of these idiots. So, and Trump doesn't have a solution. He wanted to spend $7 trillion also, just like Biden did. And if you look at pre-COVID spending versus post-COVID, these people are fucking crazy. And so that's my issue. And all the fiscal hawks now are gone. I don't have a party. I have to shit I don't care about. But I don't have a party to represent me, and a lot of people feel that way. So you probably feel that way too. Like, what are the Democrats talking about? Fucking gay rights and shit, or trans rights. You don't give a shit about that. You know, it's not worth dying over. It's not. In other words, it's not worth going to losing the election over. So, I mean, that was a sticking point for a lot of people. Like, Jesus Christ, is this that important right now? So anyway, but it's discouraging overall.
I
So
think
I didn't.
I think trans became something worth taking a life over.
I mean, dude, yeah, but it is so it's an issue. I don't think Democrats should have. You know, I mean, it cost them a lot politically with that thing. It cost them a lot politically, lot of votes. Like they have to ask, like, was this really worth it to fight for this trans issue? Now. So I don't know. I think it was poor calculus on their end. So, but
well,
I don't know.
I think I don't. You know,
I mean, because
before.
I don't give a shit about who's trans and who's not. I could care less. If you want to dress up and do all this shit, do whatever you want. I don't want to taxpayer funded surgeries, but if you're 18 or over, do whatever the fuck you want. You can
Well,
dress up as a fucking dolphin. I don't care, but
well, you
this
made
became
it. You made the point that everybody has to go to extremes. That's exactly what's happened. Charlie Kirk gets taken out over it. You got parents letting minor children, puberty blockers. Everybody just took it to the extreme. So it's not going to go away. Is my point.
There's no middle ground in the current state of affairs, and I've been trying to figure it out, thinking, and I think that we've been in conflict as humans, right? You figure there's been wars constantly throughout history, all over the world. There's wars. Like the young men are going off to war a lot, and I don't think we have any enemies for a long time. So I think that being one as a country is difficult, and you fight each other. It's just like it's like if you have siblings, when other people are coming after your siblings, you stick up for them. If there's nobody coming after your siblings, you fight amongst each other. So, we don't have any outside adversaries. And so now we're just at each other's throats over the stupidest bullshit. And it's just ridiculous, and both sides are guilty of it, in my opinion, So they both have this rhetoric that's just fucking terrible, So, this one, I'm going to kill this one and that one. And, Hillary Clinton called, people deplorables. That was a big deal. Trump literally says everything under the kitchen sink about his opponents. It's just ridiculous, So, we can't find a nice middle ground. So,
but did you watch the Pam Bondi in front of the Senate Judicial Committee yesterday?
I have a hard time watching any of Trump's appointees at all. Linda McMahon. You want me to watch Linda fucking McMahon? She's an imbecile. Most of his appointees are idiots. I watched Hegseth for about 5 minutes. I'm like, this guy's a jerk off. Like, most of his appointees are horrendous and not qualified. And it's just, I can't watch them, Stanley. These people are stupid, a lot of them. Hegseth went to generals to do PT drills. He wants the generals that are.
Oh no! I watched that. I watched it live.
Yeah, they're gonna do push-ups and sit-ups for the PT test in the military. They're 65 years old. I mean, have you seen Mark Miller?
No, you still have to. You still have to do you still have to meet fitness standards. Even at 65. Now, they're not the same standards you would meet if you were 25. They graduated. But let me tell you something. Somebody made the comment that he basically sounded like a platoon leader up there. He wasn't talking high level. He was talking like a platoon leader.
He sounded like a football coach.
Well, no, platoon leaders, and I've been a division officer, which is the equivalent of a platoon leader in the Army. You know what? You do care about personal grooming. You've got to tell your guys to shave, because if you don't, they won't shave. He literally sounded like he was talking to a bunch of junior enlisted, talking about grooming and weight and how you look. He doesn't want slobs walking around the Pentagon. He literally sounded like a platoon leader. He did not sound like a defense secretary or someone who should be talking to people who've been in, their respective service. A lot of those generals and admirals have been in the damn, service for 40 years. 40,
yeah, that's right.
Going on 50 years.
That's right.
So, who is he to be telling some 4-star general who's been in the Army for 45 years? you know what? If I were a general one-on-one with him, I'd be like, dude, I have a fucking butter bar and his platoon sergeant to deal with shaving and shit. Don't be bothering a 4-star general with shaving standards. That's way down. That's way down the chain of command.
I want them studying how to win wars, strategic battle. I want them going to war.
Yeah, well, they go to.
If you can't do
they
push-ups,
go to war colleges, like the Navy guys will go to the Army War College. You know, there's something that started when like 30 years ago, joint commands were just coming into style where, like, for instance, I've got a buddy who's a 3-star, and you know what? When he goes out on a strike group, he was like commanding a whole fucking strike group, like a carrier, and you know, with the destroyers and everything. It's a big time job. He had to know how to control Marines. He had like a Marine 1-star working for him. You got to know jointness. You got to know how to employ air assets. You got to, you know, when you get that high up, it's not just about the Navy anymore. You will go to the Air Force War College or the Army War College, Navy,
well,
etc.
I'm with that. But what I heard out of Hegseth was like, we're going to have physical fitness, no more fat. And I'm like, MacArthur was fat and Patton was fat, and they did pretty good. I want these people are not frontline fighters, right? Frontline fighters have to be fit.
As a matter of fact, you don't want 60-year-old men out there fighting on the front lines.
That's right. Lose. So I don't care about be fat. Just know how to strategically win the war, right? So
now you don't want to be. Come on, now you don't want to be like sloppy fat. You know, I mean, you don't want to.
Patton had a beer gut. Patton had a beer gut.
No. Now that's not. You don't want that. But I mean, you're not going to be rock hard.
It's like he sounded like a fitness guru to me. Like Hegseth sounded like like a fucking fitness guru, and I'm like, dude, what are you talking about?
Well, someone wrote a kind of a response, like one of the opinion columnists. Basically, this opinion columnist was a an Army lawyer, so he has military experience, and he was like, you know, this Pete Hegseth. Wasn't Pete Hegseth the one who was like planning some attack on the Houthis on a civilian app, a non-secure app? And you know, there was a journalist, like like some regular old journalist. Luckily, it was Jeffrey Goldberg, who's like, you know, he is like the executive editor or something of the Atlantic. So, you know, he's not going to be going and, you know,
it's far worse than that.
Secret information.
He texted.
But I mean, this guy Hegseth up there. Right? Yeah, exactly. But this is the same guy telling admirals how to be in the military, and this dude couldn't even couldn't even use a secure app.
Yeah, it was really. I can't listen to most of his appointees. Pam Bondi. I mean, a lot of them I can't. You know, I think Rubio does a good job. Miller,
he does.
You know, from Miller, I do think that his press secretary, what's her name, Levitt, the blonde. I think
Caroline Levitt. The dude who's
an outstanding job.
The dude who does the Treasury Secretary, he seems to be pretty competent.
Miller?
No. The Treasury Secretary. No.
I don't know
he's the tall guy. I'd have to let me look him up right quick.
The last guy he had was good. The last go round, that guy was good. Stephen something. On economics, he was very solid. And I don't know this guy though. But
Scott Bessent.
Okay. Yeah.
He's the Treasury Secretary.
I mean, Janet Yellen. Usually that's a job that's pretty right. Like, they get the right people.
Oh, hey, you know what? Take a look at this. Scott Bessent, his Trump's Treasury Secretary. He's a former hedge fund manager and founder of Key Square Group. He previously served as CIO at the Soros Fund. You believe that?
I do. I mean, I know Soros is another bogeyman for the right. You know, it's like Epstein. It's all Soros, Epstein. It's all these. You know, I don't know. All these shadow characters. You know, I mean, the Epstein thing's back out in front of us. I'm like, I wasn't listening about Epstein 5 years ago, and I'm not listening now. It's like UFOs.
But it makes for some good listening, though.
I mean, I heard from the right for years that Epstein was you know, what was he doing? He was getting pictures of people and using it as blackmail. Then I heard the right saying that Diddy was involved. And it's like, what the fuck? Where do you get this shit? It's like that pizzeria that got shot up years ago, Comet Gate.
Yeah, I know. Well, he didn't actually do any shooting. He just showed up there with a gun, looking for
showed up with a gun. No, yeah, he said, I need to go down into the basement. It was in DC. He's like, I need to go to the basement where you're keeping the kids. And they're like,
there was no basement.
There's no basement. Like, to me, Epstein is just that. And Soros, I mean, he's another bogeyman. It's just all these characters, but no one ever gets in trouble. There's no convictions. It's all just bullshit to me. Nothing will come of Epstein. Nothing will come of that. It's just more filling in gaps in TV to me, you know. I guarantee nothing comes of it, though. Nothing comes of it. It's all bullshit. So, you know, what do you think? Do you think anything will come out of Epstein?
Well,
Stanley?
Hold on one sec.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I think what's gonna happen. I actually think something's gonna come out of it. Because remember, I saw the press conference that the victims, you know, those women that Marjorie Taylor Greene was there and a couple other folks, Ro Khanna, Massey from Kentucky. The victims, those victims said that, hey, you know what? If y'all don't release the files, we're going to get together and we're going to come up with our own list. So, you know, that was a veiled threat.
Today I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene. The Democrats are kind of, my buddy's a real progressive and he sent me something today and he said, Marjorie Taylor Greene is voting. She's now going Democrat on this funding thing because she doesn't want to lose Medicaid funding and, you know, et cetera. And I'm like, listen, man, you don't want her on your side.
Well, let me tell you something, though.
She's an idiot.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's district is just north of the district I live in Georgia. And up there are a bunch of textile plants and stuff like that. Her voter base is fairly working class. So
I believe that. I'm sure that there's an interest for her.
I mean, there are a bunch of, you know, back in the day up around Rome, Georgia, there are a bunch of textile mills that make rugs and stuff like that, and they're still there. You know, it's not as vibrant as it used to be, but no, her base is fairly working class. So I think she's actually, you know, more representing her base.
You know, here's the thing about this stupid funding bill, right? Because I'm just going to tell you, both sides are full of bullshit on it. Both sides are full of bullshit. I've read it and studied it somewhat, and they're not. The Republicans and Trump has an MO. No one's saying that, and I think that if he said that, he's trying to shift because for a lot of medical funding, what happens is the state picks up some and the Fed picks up some. The federal government is trying to transfer the costs all to the state, and they're trying to do that because the sanctuary states and cities, he believes, are exploiting the program. And there is evidence that they are to a degree, specifically with taxes to hospitals and things. There's a lot of, the Democratic states have been abusing it to a degree. So that's true. Also, the federal government wants to shift the cost to the states and say, listen, if you want to do sanctuary, great. That's the whole goal.
Well, see, right? I'm gonna go back to what I've been saying, hopefully consistently. I don't care if Americans are going to be hurt. You make exceptions.
Well, I will tell you that in my state, that the governor has said, well, we're going to pick up the costs. So that's like he's going to pick up the costs. In Georgia, they don't want to pick up the costs for that. And I think the red
well, Georgia's a Republican state. It just so happens that Georgia, Florida, Texas, we make money. Okay, we're not like Kansas or Mississippi. You know, we actually do, you know, make enough money.
I think it'll hurt the red states more than the blue states. Interesting.
It will definitely. California has like one of the biggest economies in the world, like seventh or something like that.
They're third or fourth now. They're huge. So,
really?
They're bigger than like the EU. It's crazy. Yeah, it's like I think it's the fourth largest economy on the planet currently. So,
well, what did you think? What did you think of? Let's deal with Kelvin here, where Mississippi is richer than.
I said that the other day.
That's right. Yeah, Mississippi is richer than England. Like one of the poorest states in the United States is richer than your country, Kelvin. What do you think about that?
Yeah. What do you think of that, Kelvin? So
Kelvin wants to tease people's clothes. Well, dude, Mississippi. You're a third world nation.
They are. Merry old.
And the funny thing, Kelvin has a PhD in economics, and his country is poorer than Mississippi.
Dude, it's crazy, right? Well, that's what I tell people. I'm like, our country might have its problems, but you know, Europe's got a lot of problems, man. And they've been, like I said, they've been kind of, they've been kind of a welfare recipient of us for a good while. And I'm sick of that shit. Like the R&D costs for medicine, the military spending, and it's catching up with them. They're kind of, the EU hasn't grown since '08. They've been just flat. So, the policies they have there suck. And, they got 4 of the largest 60 companies in the world. 4, right? They were a powerhouse forever. 4 companies out of 60. The rest are here, China, India's got some strong, like, I don't know what Europe's doing. They're just, I don't know. They're not doing, they're terrible policies. So it hammers growth. But yeah, now the byproduct is we have more inequality. There are some cajillionaires. I think they should pay far more taxes than they do, but they don't. Like we could tax them a lot more, especially make the system more progressive in the sense that over $1 million, like, do you know that the cutoff for the top rate is $600,000 in America? That's the top. No. Elon Musk pays the same tax rate on his billionth dollar that a guy would pay.
Yeah.
A guy would pay on his $700,000, $600,000. Musk pays the same rate on his billionth that guy pays on 600,000. Like that's crazy.
You know what? Not quite the same situation, but Warren Buffett kind of said that, he was paying the same rate, or is his secretary was paying at a higher rate than he did, something like that. So it doesn't surprise me.
Well, if you don't draw, these guys have the ability to draw income out or not. Like they have so much money in the bank,
right?
They could just live off that forever, right? So, but when he draws income, if he draws $1 million, he's going to pay more to secretary. But in certain years, he doesn't have to draw a penny. He can just leave the money in the business, and he's got, $200 million in his personal bank account. You don't have to take a paycheck; just leave it in the business, So he'd pay no taxes that year, but they have the ability to. Yeah, I mean, so why not? If you're going to take Anything over $1 million, instead of 37%, you pay 45%. Anything over 5 million, you pay, 50%. Anything, right? So you make it progressive. Anything over 30 million, you pay
Well, I mean,
70%.
the problem is that the billionaires don't want to pay a higher rate.
I don't know why, and this is what is crazy to me. If you look at the Republican Party, right, they had all the rich people in it for a long time. Their base is largely now blue collar whites, right? Wealthier whites are largely Democrat. So my question is, why are the Republicans still hung up on low taxes for the uber wealthy? Like,
Okay, because they're not really a populist movement. They are billionaires dressed in jeans and Patagonia flannel shirts, wool shirts.
Well, check this out. Do you think it's interesting how the Democrats have not proposed any real major tax hikes? Small little incremental bullshit, but no real major hikes on the big earners. And I'm not talking people making 400 grand. I'm talking people making 4 million. They haven't proposed hikes on that at all. They're not saying shit because I think they got a lot of rich people there too. It's both parties now are serving the super ultra wealthy, in my opinion, the donor class, really, right? So, there's nobody truly going after any of them, right? Maybe the farthest left of the Democrats, the ultra progressives, right? Maybe they are, but that's it. And they're few, But if you notice, both parties have kind of shut up on that. So, let's raise taxes. Biden's tax increase proposal was pennies, nothing. It was chump change, So
well, let me do this commercial since Shenard is talking about donations. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you happen to be new over here, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you recommend it out. Shenard thinks that people are coming over to my channel. I don't see evidence of that, Shenard. You're the only one. You and Ryan and Richard.
Where was Shenard?
Oh, he's in the chat right now.
Is he? Okay.
You guys make sure you support the host and the show. I actually do have bills, I pay the monthly subscriptions for the newspapers and Substacks and magazines and stuff. So the money does help out. And then there's also the Sovereign Beer Fund for the weekends. We take investments in the Sovereign Beer Fund for the weekends. So feel free to, we call it investing, but it's really donating. So thank you very much.
I don't think people like our conversations, Stanley. They probably are bored out of their minds.
Let me tell you something, Ryan. I have basically, I've gotten to a point now to where I'm just not into the fuckery. I think one day, I'll get Sharon Bracey numbers, but dude, I'm just not into, the 9 people panels, where we shout about bitches and how bad men are every day. I would much rather have this conversation than how horrible black women are, or John, asking people, should we throw his tenant out because she's late on rent? It's just not my style.
Yeah, I get it. Well, it is good to have intellectual conversation, but I really like it personally. When these panels just go back and forth about bullshit, like CT does that, right? And I'm like, all right, man, this isn't gonna.
Yeah, but the thing is, that he gets huge numbers.
He does, yeah.
But the thing is, dude, I would not be able to sleep at night, and I started breaking the show up. Instead of doing 8 or 10 hours, I did 4 this morning, and then if I have, something in the evenings, I'll just do it for another 4 hours. I'm getting my 8 hours of sleep. I'm getting stuff done around the house, breaking it up. And if I don't have anything to say, I just won't do the evening show.
That's good. Yeah. I try to tune in when I can. I mean, it's
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm well rested, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, more or less. And I don't start the show as early. I basically have been starting up around 7:45 or so.
Well, you're like, as far as Sharon Bracey goes, like, he's not abnormal in the fact that he doesn't really give you, like, they hear sound bites, and all of them, 90% of YouTube is just sound bites people hear, and then they come up and then they'll have a show and they know about 40% of the facts of the situation, and I'm talking political shows where you'd think they read
but
the
why
bill.
do a political show if you're not going to actually read and research?
Read the legislation. Like, a lot of people don't, they read something in the Times or in the Journal, oh, there we go. Here's what's going on. Like, did you read the bill?
Well, I do that too. I do that too, but then, if I have questions, I will go read the bill. As a matter of fact, this afternoon or this evening, I wanted to listen to that Supreme Court case. Yesterday, it was this Colorado case where Colorado outlawed conversion therapy. You know what conversion therapy is? Basically, you pray away the gay.
Oh.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like a religious thing where you get the counseling.
No, it's fucking ridiculous.
Right. Well, Colorado outlawed it, and it's made it all the way up to the Supreme Court. They heard the case yesterday, and they're thinking that the Supreme Court is going to reverse Colorado and allow it.
I think that if you want to have your own, I mean, I think it's ridiculous, but if you want to have conversion
but it's free, dude. It's free speech. You know what?
Probably not going to work.
Well, I mean, but you know what? A state, and this is one of the rare cases where I'm going to side with the conversion therapy people. You can't be.
Well, me too. I agree. I think you should. It's free speech. Do what you want. If it doesn't work, I mean, insurance companies shouldn't be paying for the shit, nor should the government. I don't want anybody paying for it. But if you want to go waste your money on some nonsense like that for your child who's gay, then go ahead. Well,
let me tell you something. Kelvin says that's how Milo, I assume he means Milo Yiannopoulos or whatever his name is. You think he's actually cured, huh, Kelvin?
He's not cured. He's probably gay. But whatever, like, let him be gay. Who cares?
You know what? Kelvin thinks that Milo is cured.
I think that if you want to be with a man, or if you're a woman want to be with a woman, then I think it's probably hard to not do that, So good luck with
I'm going to sound horrible, but people just need to keep their bedroom doors closed.
That's not horrible. I fully agree in 100 ways, Stanley. So people are so out there with this shit. Like, exactly. Oh my God, I don't care what the hell you do. Someone was talking about public displays of affection and men, kissing and things. And I'm like, listen, man, I don't want to see women and man kissing or men and men kissing. Just do that shit privately. I don't have public displays of affection at all.
I mean, it should never be more complicated than holding hands. Anything more than holding hands is a little bit much.
I don't care
what's up, Uncle Fatty.
What's going on?
A lot of
let me ask one question of Richard. Hey, Richard, how do you do your hamburgers? Do you grind your own meat? Just out of curiosity. So I like grinding my own meat. That way I don't have to have them well done. I like my burgers about medium. So just curious.
I will tell you that I do think, and I have a friend He's a friend of a friend who's a homosexual. And I didn't know he was a homosexual for probably
until he came on to you.
No. Months later, so my buddy's name's Shane. This guy's name's Steve. He didn't come on to me. But no, I didn't know he was gay. I was like, and then Shane goes, hey man, you know Steve's really gay. I'm like, he's not gay, dude. Come on. Your kid, I thought he was joking. He's like, no, he's gay. He's gay. I'm like, wow. So I went to Steve and I said, Steve, man, I made a couple of comments about gay and fag and things like that. And I just wanted to apologize. I wasn't trying to offend you. I didn't know you were really gay. And Steve was like, listen, I love gay jokes. I think it was hilarious and I'm not offended by any of it. So my point is, this guy just acted like a normal guy. And I think if you happen to be gay, just act like a normal dude. You don't have to wear a fucking boa and like be demonstratively gay and just be a dude and you're fine. You don't have to go to a parade and shit. You know what I mean? Just be a normal person.
So if I drive a crazy plum purple car, am I pushing my purple car agenda on people?
Here's the deal, Fatty. If you act like a flamboyant individual and like you know what I'm talking about, where like some gay dudes are just like crazy acting gay.
Hey,
you have a thing against feather boas?
Yes, absolutely. If you're straight and wear a feather boa, I think you're fucked up. So it's not what you do behind closed doors. It's kind of how you act. So just act like a normal person. Right. And if you're gay, you're gay. Nobody really gives a shit, right? I don't have to know you're gay. Just go be fucking gay. No. And by the way, the guy Steve that happens to be gay is right on board with that. He's like, yeah, I can't stand these super femme gays. It infuriates him. He's like, they make all gays look ridiculous how they act. So
sure, according to that opinion, though, I mean, what's wrong with just letting people be who they want to be and just it's like, we're allowed to change the channel, right? We're just because we have people in public, right, doesn't mean that like they're trying to make us.
I would agree. And I don't care who's gay, who's not gay, but I think it's when they foist it upon, for example, Stanley, your father's still alive and my father's still alive. I don't think maybe your dad's different than mine, but my dad's never gonna be like, hey, I totally get it. And I know that you're wearing assless chaps and a boa, and I think it's normal, right? So in other words, it's like be gay, act how you want, but then you can't foist that and expect me not to think that's a little weird if I choose to think it's a little weird, right? So a lot of gay people tend to, I'm gay and proud. What's wrong with that? Like they get angry that people don't accept that or whatever. So I just think that
it's okay to feel weird and it's okay to, feel uncomfortable or something for something you're not used to. It's just, when we have like a big faction of folks that are saying literally like, just go back in the closet because I don't want to have to see you in public. Right. So my feelings are hurt, right? When my feelings are hurt, that's my problem to change my attitude. Right. If I see somebody and they're not hurting me physically, right. That was kind of the sentiment from the late 80s into the 90s, kind of the late bygone hippie, like the kids of the hippies. When we would say like, you just don't hurt me physically. Right. If I'm
listen,
the way you're acting, then that's my problem. Right.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with how people act, but you can't judge me for finding it weird or strange or odd or like Jesus Christ, this dude is so fucking flamboyant. Get the fuck away. So I'm, as long as people are okay with me judging them myself and thinking this dude is. I mean, I saw a guy today that was 6'2" with an Adam's apple that was wearing a fucking wig. And I'm like, okay, this dude is obviously a cross-dresser or something. He looked weird. He was fucking wearing this crazy shit. And I'm like, wow. that's just fucking weird to me, right? So, so I have a right to my opinion as much as they have a right to dress how they want, I guess is what I'm saying.
Certainly.
So,
Yep. It's
and
just
don't
when, like, the sentiment of like, why are you shoving your gay down my throat? Right. Well, I'm sorry, but like, I don't see anybody trying to shove their gay down anybody else's throat. What I see is like a bunch of folks saying, why are you trying to shove your gay into society? Because I don't really like what you're doing. Like, I don't like you driving a plum crazy purple car. Right. So
no, I don't care what
somebody
people
driving a
drive.
plum crazy purple car is trying to shove their plum crazy purple agenda upon me. No, they're just trying to be like themselves. Right. And when it comes to the physical versus the feelings, like that, there's a big distinction there where literally
if you call me a homophobe because I find something to be odd,
sure,
I have a problem with that, right? So like, I'm not a homophobe. Yeah. I just think you're a fucking weirdo for wearing all this shit. And by the way, you could think I'm a weirdo, right?
Sure.
And, but so you see what I'm saying? So
it's like the line between like, you shouldn't exist or you shouldn't be out in public. You shouldn't be, I mean, really, it's just a bunch of people that are just afraid to have to be able to tell their kids that other people exist out there, that by seeing something, by acknowledging that something exists doesn't mean that that's going to turn us that way. Right. And that's kind of the sentiment from like the neo-Christian scene, is that these folks are trying to force their agenda upon us and turn us that way.
I think that's you're being too broad there. Like, there is a percentage of Christians that find this to be, it's sinful and all that bullshit. But a lot of the Christians are like, they're whatever. They don't give a shit, They're like, look,
hey, let me make one quick announcement here. I brought up Portland Andy. These are like protest marches out in Portland, Oregon. So I figured that would be a good backdrop while we talk.
Oh, there we go. But I will say that, I do think that, so like I have a friend that was whose daughter's gay, and they went to the Pride Parade in New York. And I did see the footage, because he put it on Facebook, of the Pride Parade in New York. And I was like, I think that it certainly wasn't appropriate for children, for sure.
That one definitely some,
lots of banana hammocks and lots of stuff swinging around there.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't think that's helping their cause. It could, just because it was inappropriate dress. If everyone's walking down the street and you want to wear a fucking bow, who gives a shit, right? But I mean, even on a Facebook, I'm like, damn, man, there's a lot of genitals hanging out. So,
neo means
I don't think
new,
that,
right?
I don't.
All neo means is new. And when I say neo-Christian, what I mean is like the modern day mega Christian who is very, openly bigoted, right? Being a bigot.
Well, I mean, don't they call them Christian nationalists?
No, not necessarily, because there's a different scene. But like even within like the Christian community and like places like Quora and some different, like monastery.org, different, like.
I mean, the Catholics largely are against,
like they designate themselves these ways, right? So I'm kind of honoring what they want to call themselves. It's like, it's the modern Christian who says that even though you're not hurting me physically, right, that you're hurting society, and it's my duty, right, as a Christian to stand up for all of society and make sure that the degens aren't taking over, right?
I will say that I think that I think that is putting Christians into a bucket and saying this is what they do, right?
Sure, and that's coming from kind of how they classify themselves on these different things. I mean, I'm an ordained minister, bro, and I marry gay people exclusively, right? I only marry gay couples, and I can't see in society where there's this huge harm. I mean, literally what we have, okay. And you guys touched on this.
I do think just a couple things. I do think that it's not I don't think it's a natural thing because I believe in the animal world, like we're essentially evolved apes, and I don't think that it's a natural thing because it doesn't, it doesn't. All organisms, have two jobs: to survive and procreate, and it prevents the second one, right? So I've even wondered, like maybe it's a genetic mutation to it.
Or sometimes animals are just really horny and just really, every animal species has homosexual tendencies. I mean, this is just a thing. Like it's not like the animal species are going extinct because a few of the individuals like to go both ways, so to say. I mean, it's
yes, animals and young British males. They all have homosexual
British. Highly repressed. I mean, but as far as humanity goes, like you tell somebody that it's taboo, you tell somebody that it's wrong, you tell somebody it's off limits, they're just going to want it more, and explore it.
Right.
And when we have like 18 and 19-year-olds coming out of high school and in private schools or homeschooled, and then coming into society, they just don't know how to deal with other people and the fact that other people want to exist, let alone that they do exist. It's
Right.
just I mean, really, it's the upper 1% convincing everybody else that the lowest common denominator, the lowest 1%, the smallest minority, is this huge problem. I was at the park in my hometown when the fucking Patriot Front showed up at our Pride Parade. 40 Nazis in a U-Haul truck,
Oh, really? Were they wearing like the khaki and everything? Don't they wear a uniform?
Yep, that was the fronting patriots. The Patriot Front. Yeah, no, I did a 9-month class when I was in prison, and got my first whatever paper, like you would say here, right? Purchasing a paper online. And when I got out, I was going to be I wanted to be a deacon or a chaplain and work with the guys in jail. And I, went deep dive, spent 2.5 years doing an ordainship with my drug and alcohol counseling classes. And, it was a place of, let me just say this. I fucking denounced all that shit for a reason. Right. And now I'm ordained a third time in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, because I can literally use the transcendental argument for God, the tag argument, to prove that a spaghetti monster exists just as well as somebody else can prove that God exists.
Right. Yeah, it's actually, believe this or not, I ran across my old college copy of Walden, speaking of transcendentalists.
Badass.
This box of books that's been sitting in my living room for like 2 years, I finally decided, let's do something with these books. And I actually have a bookshelf I put them on.
Central imagination.
Let's see. There was something I was going to ask.
But, we choose to be who we're going to be, and we tell ourselves who we want to be. Like I was saying about bigotry, like it's bigotry and racism are two different things. Like,
right,
just being unaccepting, just not being accepting is bigotry. That's all it is. It's a very generic, plain, simple word, right? I can't accept the fact that other people want to live the way they want to live. That's bigotry. When we get into prejudice, right, and we get into like being judgmental and, like the whole, forcing your gay down my throat thing, just because people want to exist in public and sometimes get loud about it and say, fuck you, I should be allowed to exist, doesn't mean that they're trying to make everybody else that way. And when it comes to love,
well, and that's actually always been, people basically like that whole conversion therapy thing. I just think that people are what or who they are. Now, when you're young, you may, be trying to kind of discover, the finer points of who you are. But I've never been one of these people who thinks, well, hey, you know what? If you are downtown and a pride march passes you by and you're like 11 years old, I can't imagine an 11-year-old, unless he or she was already gay. I can't imagine being persuaded to be something that you're not, that deeply fundamentally down. Like, you know what? I can't imagine anything that would prevent me from, changing the core of who I am. I've never been impressed by those sorts of arguments. Now, 2 years old, yeah, 2, 3, 4, but by the time you have hit puberty, you pretty much know which direction you're going. Now, I'm sure there are exceptions. I'm not a psychologist, but
and
in
at the same
my
time,
opinion,
I think all men really have a, okay, we're programmed, right? And we're not responsible for the programming that we receive as children. But as adults, it's our responsibility to understand the programming, which is just society. It's just societal norms. It's, it's the expectations, societal expectations, right? And we have to question those as we go through our adolescence and grow up and question who we are and who we want to be, and the want to be is the decisive fact. I told myself in high school I was going to smoke weed every for the rest of my life, every day. Do I still
in
now?
high school?
Absolutely. Yeah. This is the way it's worldview. Worldview has come back into the thing. You've mentioned it a few times in the past couple of weeks. Worldview is actually a divide and conquer tactic. It's a trope that gets inserted into society, right? Just like the term psyop, right? When we can get people to self-classify themselves, worldviews like this. I'm going to tell you what my worldview is. Okay. So I'm putting on my blinders. I'm like a horse putting on my own blinders. And I'm choosing to only see myself and the world through this lens. Right. I'm not looking at anything else. I'm choosing to define myself by this. And by doing that, I'm literally buying into the system of divide and conquer, of the elite, who keep us divided because diversity makes us strong. The more of us there are together, the stronger the group is. Right?
Well, that's interesting that you bring it up. I actually, have a lot of problems with, this thing in the Black community and people as diverse as Sharon Bracey to John Galt keep saying, well, why can't Black people be more like Jews or more like Asians and get together? And I'm just like, why do you think that has to be? Okay, Asians aren't all clubby like that. I mean, if you've ever heard Get Crack, you remember Get Crack?
Oh yeah.
He literally talks about the hierarchy within the Asian community. Like the Japanese are considered kind of like the elites, and then you go on down. I'm like, where do you guys get the idea that
unless you grew up in a
Black
different
people,
society, right? Because different societies have different views of all that hierarchy.
Right. But Black Americans have grown up in a culture, and I think it's somewhat less like this in 2025 than it was when I was growing up back in the 80s. But we pride ourselves on rugged individualism. The cowboy, the loner, the pale rider, and it's kind of like forces kind of pulling you in different directions. On one hand, you want the group dynamic to be a team. There is no me what is it? There is no me
Right.
in
No I in team.
no I in team.
Yep.
But and see, but I have to be careful because I've always been a bit of a lone wolf. You know, I was saying I've literally never been in a study group because I don't like group studying. I have to do it my way. And doing it some other person's way, I can't learn that way. So I just get real annoyed. And I get a lot of this. Like I literally, don't think there is a Black community the way it's conceptualized by a lot of people. And people just look at me like I'm crazy. Like, Solid Snake, like, hey, Stanley, that sounds stupid. I'm like, well, dude, it's actually the truth. Stop convincing yourself that from coast to coast, we're going to all sing Kumbaya and buy like a million acres of land and start our own like internal colony. It's not going to happen.
Well, the whites are looking to take over my part of the country and turn it into a sovereign country.
Hey, you know what? More power to them. It's cold up there. I'm willing to give them that part of the country.
I'm willing to give them that part of the country, but not their own country, because that's not America.
Well, yeah.
So I
think they can have it when Texas secedes, and I don't expect that to happen anytime soon.
I think that brings up something I was thinking about. Separatism, being a separatist, and being a supremacist are two different things,
right?
Especially in the whole the whole white thing. And, growing up here with the Church of Jesus Christ Christian, that was, literally the Nazi church, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would preach hatred from the pulpit, preach division, right? Preach separatism, not necessarily supremacy. That's, because they were on the fine edge of the supremacy movement. But behind the scenes, it was all about supremacy. It's all about xenophobia, man. They, them, and the others, right? And just it's the firewood concept. You got a chunk of a tree. You're never putting the tree back together. So now you got a chunk of a tree. You got a log. You take that log, you split it in quarters. You could put that log back together. Right. You break it down into kindling. You're never putting that fucker back together, right? And when we can convince society to split themselves rather than being united, right? Rather than having a united front. That's the easiest game that the rich can play on the poor, and especially the poorly uneducated folks that that just don't want to see it because that's their coping mechanisms that they grew up with, that they created for themselves growing up.
I kind of think that's what MAGA is.
It's a cult of personality, and I see it like that.
I mean, you've got a bunch of billionaires basically acting like they care about the rank and file, the workers. I just don't see evidence of that.
Well, you just tell anybody what they want to hear is what it's all about. And you guys touched on this earlier too. Like, how do we end up where we have these role reversals in politics? How is it that, we've gone from the Democrats that supported slavery that now don't, that, it's because we have an opposition party, right? We have a group of folks that really believe in their heart, in their soul, right? That they're doing the right thing for society and the people that elected them, right? And then we have another group of people that obstruct, who say things like like McConnell, but like Newt Gingrich, for instance, in the late 80s, stood on the House floor and said, they are evil. They are the enemy. We must stop them at all cost. That's the day that America became a logical fallacy, an argumentative fallacy.
Oh, by the way, I live in Carroll County, Georgia. Newt was a professor at West Georgia College.
Yeah, man.
So, look, that contract for America, you're right. It's pretty much even Reagan wasn't that divisive, when I think back on it.
Yeah, but the guys that were behind him are the same guys that wrote Project 1988, wrote Project 1996, wrote Project 2025. You know, it's the
Okay,
elite.
Ryan.
It's the folks that think they
Ryan,
have the right to be elite. You know, natural selection. Yeah, I can somewhat, but at the same time, like,
well, see, that's a
you know, the
dumb
Hindu
argument.
culture actually like honors hermaphrodites. That there is like something more than just two sexes, right? They honor people that are born that way.
Right, but
It's,
let me deal with the biology because I actually happen to know the biology. He's trying to make a biological argument. You know, it's like intelligence. We know that intelligence tends to be passed down, but it's by no means a biological
right.
certainty. There is no evidence that I'm aware of that being gay is something you pass down. Okay, so natural selection does not apply if you can't prove that it's anything more. There is nothing, no evidence that it is hereditary. That's what I'll say. So natural selection doesn't apply.
The only constant that we know is that there will always in every situation be an anomaly. Something that is the norm, right?
Zhang Wei, if it's 50% heritable, that also means it's 50% not heritable. It does not change my argument. It is not a guarantee that intelligence gets passed down. It tends to be, but it's by no means a biological certainty.
We're all products of the environment. We are all
right.
100% products of our environment. Parenting with Dignity is a great class that's put on by Mac Bledsoe, Drew Bledsoe's dad. And he makes a really strong and a very valid point that by the time kids, okay, one of the big debates is whether we should have like sex ed in school.
Gotcha, Zhang. Zhang.
Why teachers are teaching gay in school and indoctrinating children in public school. Right. Listen, that's a trope, right? That's a talking point.
Well, I mean, exposure to it doesn't mean you're arguing for it.
Right. Exactly.
You know, a book in the library is not like some major psyop.
Right. I could take that a couple different directions, but lesbian couples have artificial insemination. They can produce babies. They can have babies, right? Gay couples, gay men couples, they can adopt.
Right.
And most 80%, 85% of children that are raised by two men, two daddies, aren't gay. You know,
you mean
so they're raised to just be normal people, you know, and maybe we got 15 to 20% that would raise their child in a very flamboyant situation and say they grew up in like late 70s San Francisco or something, and that's your environment that you're around, right? So it's easier for that person to take that programming, their environment, and just adapt to it, you know, rather than adapt themselves to something else and choose to be something that, look, it's all a choice. Okay,
Hey, dang, that's a weird piece of trivia you got there. Lesbians have the highest rates of domestic abuse. I never would have known that.
Yeah, they do.
That's interesting.
I did a research paper. I was trying to find this thing when you guys were talking here earlier. I'll find it for you, but though it's about, you know, the be brave argument and the systemic crime stats, right? And why we don't have the crime stats the way we should. It's Title 43. And when we have a self-reporting system, which a lot of counties and precincts don't necessarily report into anymore, it's hard to track this shit of whatever, and why they got rid of that Title 43 system was because of guys like Be Brave that would take those numbers and penny pinch them and mold them and use them for these tropes. And saying that, well, just because there's black communities and there's more crime in the black communities, it means all blacks are crime ridden.
Oh, let me show you something that I showed earlier today. You'll probably get a kick. Shoot, you probably hey, have you ever been to Ketchum, Idaho?
Ketchum,
Idaho.
Great. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Hemingway used to go up there in spend summers or whatever.
Yep, they get steelhead down in that way too. Yep.
Nice. There, hold on one sec. I'm looking.
It's a real cool spot.
Yeah, who knows? One of these days I may actually go up there. I used to be a huge Hemingway fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been writing Hemingway for, God, probably 20, 30 years.
Well, for me, he doesn't actually hold up, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I don't think, I kind of changed my opinion about how good a writer he was. I went back a few years ago and reread some of the stuff that I read in high school, and I was somewhat less impressed. However, funny enough, the one thing that I've taken from Hemingway that I've kept ever since I was in high school is I write short, terse sentences. Therefore, I don't need a whole lot of fancy, I don't use anything more complicated than like a comma, a period, a comma, the occasional semicolon. If you're writing tersely, you don't need a whole lot of fancy symbology.
Have you ever tried to like transpose or even just read a transcript of anything that Trump says? Bro, the adjectives, bro, the adjectives are off the chart, bro.
What do you mean off the chart?
The amount of adjectives, the
the
descriptives, the embellishments, the strong and mighty, the forceful statement, and
beautiful bill.
Because that's the appeal to emotion. Right. That's the whole thing behind psychoactive programming and psyops and hypno programming of telling, you say something 3 times and people will hear you. Right. He says everything 3 times. He'll stop himself and make a point.
But that's his business/salesman background, right?
Yeah, that's the psychological shit that old man Cohen taught him when he was young.
I see.
These are the things that he read as an entrepreneur about how to be a strong, forceful leader and how to never take and never admit that you're weak, never show weakness, never admit fault, never admit that you're wrong.
Right.
Ever. The man has never publicly said that he was wrong or that anything that he did was his fault. He's never taken ownership for anything, ever. Since the day his dad dumped the mashed potatoes on his head when he was 7 years old. Seriously.
Yeah, there's actually, I'm going to have to run it through YouTube's algorithm. There's a fairly large YouTube page that has a biography of Fred Trump.
Yep.
I have to run it through. It'd be worth watching at some point. Take a look at this and tell me what you think.
I've seen this, and
have you?
Let's say that somebody was coming into our church.
You seen these guys?
Yep. And this to me is nothing more than rationalizations and justifications to fulfill a brain chemical addiction. We're all addicted to shit. It doesn't have to be
the thing that amazed me was where they literally say that they make a genetic argument that black men are predisposed to violence.
No.
Which I I guess
Yeah.
people still think like that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the type of shit that I heard being preached from the pulpit at the Nazi church. It's the tactics, right? That these folks here, these guys don't even realize. Not to mention that this soulless ginger right here, gingers don't have a soul. So, we got a soulless ginger telling other people how their soul ought to be, right? And the ought tos are a bunch of bullshit, because that's just my feelings, right? You ought to do what I think is right. You ought to. No, fuck the ought tos, right? There's no ought. Thou shall and thou shalt not. Okay.
Well, what did you think about the trope that gingers are actually black?
Depends on what part of Italy you're from and whether or not the Moors got into your genes or not.
Well, no, it was a whole like YouTube / I guess it was a TikTok thing.
Yep. And the rapture was supposed to come last week and everything else too. It's all a ploy. It's all appeal to emotion, right? The more we can trigger each other, it's like this. Why would I want to measure the skull of another person?
Well, phrenology back in the day.
There's plenty of research on this type of shit.
Right.
Okay. This is the fucking line that the Nazis used.
Now, Zhang's a troll. He's just trolling you.
I know, but anybody that's different, right? It's so easy to trigger each other, right? For anything that's different. It's the concept of the rock falling in the cave at nighttime when you're sleeping in the cave. Right? 99% of the time, you're going to think that's something coming to kill you, because it's a noise in the dark.
Right.
We are very animalistic. We are very, at our core, driven by our brain chemicals, right? And the people that know how to do things like psychoactively trigger each other with trigger words and appeal to emotion context and appeal to hierarchy and appeal to authority. It's like the candy store that has the barrel full of Tootsie Rolls out in front of the store. The guy knows, right, that those Tootsie Rolls are going to be stolen, but he also knows that that's the way to get people in the door.
Right.
Right. So now we got.
Are you old enough to remember the old Cracker Barrels?
Oh yeah.
The stores.
Oh yeah, we got one here.
Yeah.
We call them off-ramp
samples out front.
Off-ramp cuisine, right? Because they're always on an off-ramp or an on-ramp to an interstate, right?
Yes.
The interstate.
No. I'm sorry. I said Cracker Barrel. I meant what was the stores in the mall? It was something Farms. They sold things like cheeses and summer sausage.
Hickory
What
Farms.
was it? Hickory Farms. Yeah. Yeah, I used to love those places. They put all that stuff out in the front of the store. That would definitely pull you into the store.
Yeah. And that's the enticement. That's the that's the brain chemical that
right.
Okay, it's like kleptomania, right? Kleptomania is a very, very easy analogy that it's not the stealing of the product that the person gets addicted to. It's the plotting and the scheming about that thing. And it's those brain chemicals that go off before you steal the thing, and then after you get away with it, and then always getting away with it, and always knowing that you're getting away with it, and always having that brain chemical working to where now the Tootsie Roll barrel is literally a talking point. So each Tootsie Roll is now a talking point, and we throw all these talking points out there where people can now just pick and choose from all the talking points. They don't have to know the facts behind them. Hell, they don't even have to know any facts at all, right? They can just pick a talking point and know what it's supposed to be, to the point now where literally anything that happens in politics, it doesn't matter what it has to do with Trump, people will automatically defend whatever it is that comes up. That's cult of personality. That's cult mentality. right? When you
that
can't
is-
literally say anything bad about the man who's pushing the Tootsie Rolls, right? The Tootsie Roll supplier puts those Tootsie Rolls out there, and by God, if anybody talks shit about him, I will defend that man with all of my might.
Yeah, that's like that's crazy. I hate talking to people like that.
It's the easiest thing to push into society, bro. It is. I mean, there's books on this. There's like, but then again, like the poorly educated, right? They don't have access to those. They don't want to have access to those. They're happy in their own little bubble. They're happy in their cocoon. Like Orthodox guy. Good people. Decent man, actually. Until he starts rationalizing and justifying about how cool it is to be a bigot. And I choose to be a bigot. I don't really care.
Yeah.
You know what? Like,
yeah,
you're just kind of an asshole. So, you can choose to be an asshole, or you can choose not to be, or you can get into a situational conversation and just be like, okay, but I'm going to choose to be this way because it's controversial, right? It's the whole red hat thing, right? You put on a red hat.
Well, do you actually? I don't know. I think. Well, you use the word rationalize. It's almost like he picks a position and then he rationalizes his way up to that position instead of the other way around, like it should be.
That's what addicts do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what addicts do when they're in the addiction, because we never see the addiction when we're in it, but we rationalize and justify our way through the world. And then when we get called out on it, now it's fight or flight, and it's always fight, right? And then we use things like deflect and redirect and delusions of grandeur and victim mentality. The whole world is against me. It's all a hoax. I did everything right and they fucking indicted me. The man is a narcissist. Okay. Narcissism takes a team to create the narcissist. We all have narcissistic tendencies, right? But for like very, very few will actually be a full-blown true narcissist, because it takes a team of enablers. And the enablers
are his crew is pretty interesting though.
When we enable each other to be that way, and we don't call each other out, and we just that's that's controversial.
It's that is one of the more interesting. I'll tell you what's really interesting is there are a lot of people who are like getting close to my age who don't like. I don't get it. Like I don't get Sharon not being able to understand some certain things. I just don't get how you can get this old, up there in years, and the revelation never hits you. There's never been a time in your life where your assumptions got challenged.
And when they do, you go into the addiction mode of you just completely deny the fact that anything else could exist, right? That your point of view, it's like coming to an argument, and I see this with the ortho bros in the debate community in particular. With you come to the table, and what we're supposed to do as debaters and as philosophical men is to put all of our preconceived notions aside. Everything, right? That's why the founding fathers chose to be deist. Okay, they were Christian men who were being persecuted by Christian men, right? So they chose to do that. They chose to have the first word of the First Amendment be Congress and not God, right? That Congress shall make no law according to the establishment of a religion, because there was 8 different types of Christianity at the table, like 3 or 4 different types of Episcopalians, 3 or 4 different types of Presbyterians, right? A couple of Quakers and a couple of Catholics, and a couple of men that were actually straight up like bona fide atheists. And they chose to be deist, knowing that their influence would inherently be part of the government. that their ethics and morals would be part of the government inherently because that's who they are, right? So the separation of church and state wasn't written as such a separation of church and state. It's not transcribed that way. It wasn't written that way.
Well, here's the deal about that. And now I'm sure it started other places, but Virginia was instrumental in that separation. And then you've got Madison. It's been a long time since I read it, but that whole thing about freedom of conscience.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
And let me ask you a question.
Life trying to figure out how to get God out of politics.
Well, I don't think you can, but there's a guy that I was trying to get on the show, and I won't go into the long details, but there's a show, you may know who she is, Voice of Venus. She's had a series of conversations with this guy that I've actually talked to a while ago. He calls himself a Christian nationalist, but he says he's an atheist, which to me is a little bit of a, there's some dots that don't connect.
Yeah, that's just a definition that he's placed upon himself, like worldview.
Correct.
I'm choosing to be this way.
Correct. Well, I called him on it, and that's really why I wanted him up on the show, because I heard him talk to Voice of Venus, and I'm like, dude, there are all kinds of inconsistencies. But the thing I wanted to ask you, because you brought up, kind of the diversity, say during the Constitutional Convention, these Christian nationalists don't seem to understand that, hey, even if you won, that part, at some point, there's going to be a lot of factionalism and you're going to start warring internally. Like we got all kinds of, the Catholics are going to be fighting the Baptists who are going to be fighting, dude. That's why I don't think
it's already there, bro. It's to the point where we have Christians telling other Christians, my Jesus trumps your Jesus.
Well, I haven't seen that on YouTube yet, but I can only imagine.
I mean, in essence, that's what's going on. The Ortho Bros are a great example, right? Our Jesus, the Mormons, even a better example, right? Our Jesus is better than everybody else's Jesus. Why was it that it took 15 years to build the foundation of the Mormon temple, right? They got kicked out of the West Coast, right? They moved over into Salt Lake, and during the winter time, they would harvest the blocks out of the mountain, and during the winter time, they would slide them down on the snow and build the foundation, and then when springtime came, they would bury the foundation so that nobody saw it when they were along the Oregon Trail. And then one year, magically, a bunch of walls started popping up out of the ground. Little did anybody know that the whole foundation was already made, right? So I make the argument that Mormons would not exist if we were founded as a Christian nation, because we already had Christian people telling them that they shouldn't exist, right? They kicked them out. They called them crazy. You can't have those thoughts that Jesus came here to this land. When the book says it happened a different way. You can't just write a new book about Jesus. That's what kind of broke me, honestly, was diving into that whole sector of Christianity and being a fucking spiritual warrior, dude, and going out on fucking exorcisms and working with men who have
oh wow, exorcism,
serious spiritual warfare, bro. It's all energy. Okay, it's all energy and what we put into it, and what we get out of it is what we want to get out of it. Literally, I can prove that there's a spaghetti monster flying in the sky just as well as anybody else can prove that there's a God, because it's what we want to think, it's what we want to believe. When we pray, we're manifesting our own future. We look for the path of least resistance. That's why in today's political age, if a guy can't tell you in about 15 to 25 words of what's going on and what the situation is, You get over 50 words, yeah, you get into that 100-word range, they're definitely full of shit.
Right.
The easiest thing, humans will always find the easiest way forward. We project, we manifest the path of least resistance, right? We don't look for the briar patch and the tar pit. We look for the path of least resistance. Hell, we project it, right? We pray for it to happen. We look for it. We inherently design our way forward that way. And when we see folks like, get in these echo chambers and these ecospheres and choose to remain there because of the worldview of the choice, right? I choose not to believe that gay people should exist in society. Rather than just choosing what Jesus would have said, like, love your neighbor no matter who they are. Love your enemy. Pray for your enemy. Turn the other cheek. Pull the plank out of your own fucking eyeball before you shove one in somebody else's. The red letters, man. I love the red letters of the Bible. I really do. I think they're great words to live by. I think there's some very, very poignant messaging there in what life should be and how we should treat each other. Like sell all of your shit, give all of your shit away, and give your entire self to the less fortunate, and there will cease to be any less fortunate. But now we have a bunch of neo-Christians running around who can't even quote anything that Jesus said out of the Bible. Who, like the guys you had on earlier, right? He quotes Genesis, right? He quotes Paul.
Oh yeah.
Paul never quoted Jesus.
Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, you did see them before. I forgot you were here on the earlier show.
It's the rationalizations and justifications that come into the Bible. The Bible was intended, right? Just like Jesus is intended to be the bright shining light. To be the light that attracts the moth. And knowing that the light also attracts all the bugs. Right? That's why self-help sectors on YouTube attract all the bugs. That's why trying to be the good person on YouTube attracts all the haters. That's why life in general works that way. Is when you're trying to be that shining light, you're going to attract all sorts, right? So you got to be strong and you got to pray for that strength. But when we pray for strength, we get thrown things that make us have to be strong. When we pray for patience, what do we get thrown in our life? A bunch of shit that forces us to try to figure out how to be patient. Right? When we pray for calm, we get thrown a bunch of shit that we don't know how to do. So it's balance, bro. It's all about balance.
Let me ask you a question. I meant to ask you earlier. I've always thought that one way to kind of challenge yourself is to read on topics, read people who don't necessarily agree with you. And I've decided, it's been a while, and I'm not sure that I'm up with like the changing definitions of populism. Well, it turns out, I don't know if you know who Victor Davis Hanson is. He's like he's a conservative guy. I think he's still associated with the Hoover Institute. He's a classicist, but you know what? I used to listen to him every now and again, but he's just really like the opposite of someone like me. He's very conservative. However, he, through the Hoover Institute, wrote a book that I can get for free on populism. And I'm like, you know what? I'm actually going to read what he has to say about populism because, you know what? He probably has some things that will definitely stretch my understanding and probably say stuff I don't really want to hear, but I
That's the
need
true
to
scientific
understand.
method right there. You know,
Right.
we form a hypothesis. We find the subject, we form the hypothesis, and then we test it and we test it and we test it. Right. We don't just find the answer and accept it. At least we shouldn't. You know, we have to constantly challenge ourselves. I'm a firm believer that if we don't, we become complacent. Complacency kills. It kills ourselves.
Right. Either that, or we become, you know, not only complacent, but kind of like, in some ways, you know, I can think of, say, a Donald Trump who seems very set in his ways. You tend to become a bully. I would think
resistance.
Yeah.
We don't want to get off our path. We've established that path, and by God, we're going to stay on it. But there's maybe an easier way around that stumbling block right there. We don't put stumbling blocks in our own paths unless we like stairs.
Right.
You know, so it's a matter of preference, I think, when it comes to like path of least resistance is something that I've really been on for the past probably 15, 20 years, really is looking at things from the point of view of what is the expectation and how do we manage the expectations? I mean, literally communication in general is about expectations. We're telling each other what we expect from each other without saying the words managing expectations. Right. So we've gotten so far away from like those definitions of saying things like, this is what I expect out of this situation. This is what I hope happens. This is how I'm going to take the scientific method and apply it to what's going on. That there is no expectations. There's societal norms, and there's things that we should or ought to just kind of adapt to. And I think that's why we have so much addiction problems with chemical and substance abuse and with just mental, whatever you call it, you know, just not being able to accept other things, not being able to adapt and overcome. Isn't the Navy's motto adapt and overcome?
No.
Something along those lines.
I'm trying to think of what it is. I know for the Surface Warriors, it was knowledge is power, which is kind
there
of.
You go.
But that was. I'm trying to think if the Navy even had one, or if they had one.
Something along the lines of
nothing is cool as Semper Fidelis or anything like that.
Sure.
Let's look it up here.
But there's just something in the Latin aspect of it, but you know, illegitimus non carborundum. Don't let the bastards get you down.
Yeah, it says here, Navy. There is no official motto for the U.S. Navy, apparently. Don't give up the ship.
Keep the horse between you and the ground.
That's probably the closest we have. Oh, that's funny. Don't give up the ship. That's like the best Navy motto I can think of.
See, but as an Eagle Scout too, I'm always thinking about the Scout motto, which is very Jesus-esque, you know.
Right.
On my honor,
yeah.
do my
I
best,
could imagine.
do my duty to God and my country, to obey the Scout law, and to help other people at all times. The only thing that Jesus really wanted us to do was to love each other and to help each other out. Help the less fortunate, right? Don't, like real men of honor, don't kick people when they're down. They don't scapegoat people and kick them down even further and then make fun of them because they're down below them. Right. Men of honor, that's not how men of honor act, right? Weak men who are so fucking insecure inside of their own selves, who can't even admit that they've ever done anything wrong, being able to take over society because there's so many other people that are that fucking weak. That to me is MAGA. That's what we have going on right now. That's what the Republican Party has turned into, is a bunch of bullies, right, that are too fucking weak. And not only that, the Grindr situation. Every time MAGA had a rally, in whatever town it was, Grindr would shut down in that part of the fucking country.
What's up, DiCaprio? Now
they've ever had one homosexual thought in their whole life, right? But then we have all these guys that are big, strong, alpha men talking about why you so gay and thinking about gay sex all day long so they can call somebody else gay. Who's more gay? The gay man who goes to work and does his job, right? Comes home and maybe thinks about sex or maybe doesn't. Or the fucking hetero man who thinks about gay sex all day long so he can call somebody else gay. And sucking dick and putting dicks in butts and whatever they want to say about gay. I say the hetero man who's obviously closeted and is very weak-minded is probably more gay than the gay guy. Really. I mean, that's pretty, it's a pretty solid argument there that, like, why are people so concerned about what's going on in other people's houses and rooms and bedrooms and bathrooms?
Well,
what's her name? The Kardashian gal, Bruce. Yeah, Bruce Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner. Sorry, Caitlyn, not Bruce. Yeah. Bruce uses the woman's bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. Okay, but they don't care when it's in their environment because it's the appeal to emotion that we have to use against the other party because we're the opposition party, right? We're not for the people.
I wish now
we're against the other side.
I wish now I kept my I wish I'd kept my Wheaties boxes. I used to literally eat Wheaties in the 70s. Yeah. And dude, I remember watching him win the decathlon.
No shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I was a huge Bruce Jenner fan.
A stack of boxes where we'd cut the front of them out and save them and all that shit. But it's the programming. It's it's what we're told to believe growing up that we have to question as adolescents, that we either buy into or choose to not buy into. Being a conspiracy theorist is one thing, but like just looking at the world through an even lens, realizing that there's always an equal, 100% equal argument against everything that I want to argue for. Just knowing that exists, right? When we come to the table to philosophize, we have to pre-examine, like Tao Tzu, the art of war. First of all, be the first one to the battlefield. Second of all, know your enemy. You have to know who you're battling against, right? You have to know the opposite argument of everything that you want to argue for, right? Because if you really believe it, and we can only believe, you can't believe what you don't know.
Right.
Or how's that? No, sorry. You can only believe what you don't know. Do I know God exists? No, I can believe it though. Right? Matter of fact, there's a great little short video that makes this argument. Search just search that quote line in the YouTube search bar. We can only believe.
Hey, Dirty. I don't know. You've probably heard 12th Man talk about Portland Andy. This is live from Portland, Oregon, and Andy apparently lives in Portland. So
actually, that's
it is
probably
indeed
that's
live.
from last night, or this is.
Oh,
it's
is
not
it?
dark
I just
right now. It's not dark in Portland.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, ignorant me. I just assumed it was live.
I think he might be.
It's dark here. It's dark here.
February
So
8th, it
I
does
think
have
it's
a date
dark
on it,
everywhere.
but like this is not live. Like the streetlights are not.
Okay.
on.
Okay.
It's bright
But
as fuck.
see,
in
this is how in a bubble I am. It's dark on the East Coast, so I see it's dark there, and I just assume maybe it's not Portland at all. Let's maybe
Yeah, it says Portland, or
does it?
maybe he's watching something else from somewhere else. But I'm trying to read the.
Yeah, that's what he says. His timestamp says October 8, 2025. So it's live somewhere.
Well, he's live streaming it for sure, but it's not dark in Portland.
Yeah, if you look over where he is and then look right above, you see it's October 8, 2025, 5:36.
Look at the flash on the side of his face.
Somewhat,
like the whole side
this
of his
is
face.
a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, that's got to be from last night or something.
Yeah, well, maybe that's. I don't know where. I mean, it says October 8th. I need to figure out where.
Yeah, I mean it's almost 5:40 on. Yeah, it's 5:57, and he's at 5:37 or something, right?
Yeah,
but I mean it's light. It's light for another hour and a half where I'm at. It'll be light at least for another 2 hours in Portland. Probably closer to 2.5.
Oh wait, hold on one sec. You know what? That's the other thing here. I'm delayed somehow or another. I got behind. So yeah, he says this is current somewhere. I don't know where.
Yeah, that's just the clock that's on his operating machine that he's broadcasting from.
All right. Well, that's cool. Either way, it's I'm not really watching it. It's just good background. So what do you want me to look up?
Stephen Miller's been pumping 5-year-old videos in front of Trump to get him to think that Portland's still at war and burning down. Search you can't. How's that go? You can only believe what you don't know. We only believe what we don't know. It's a 2.5 minute short. It's usually got like a kind of a.
Is it on YouTube or just out on the internet somewhere?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Because I'm searching the internet. So it is a philosophical perspective suggesting belief arises from uncertainty rather than certainty.
Yep.
Interesting.
And it's Aristotle. Is what it is.
I don't recognize the quote.
Socrates kind of went off on it a little bit about like into the the more we think we know, the more we actually know nothing, because we always have to challenge the other side of what we're looking at, especially with scientific method. Like, and Einstein and shit, like he knew 100% that his theory of gravity and his theory of relativity was completely fucking wrong. He couldn't prove it. The only thing that he could actually like find scientific things about and measurable things about were the things that he found. But he always tried to challenge himself on the other side of what he was finding and pontificating upon in his thought experiments. Tesla was the same way. Tesla was real big about always looking at the second side of the coin and realizing that, even though we're on a very thin plane, it's all dependent upon the perspective, right? Because we can see just the side, we can see our side that we want to, but until we rotate our own mind and look at all sides, I think that's where humanity is coming with all this AI and with just technology in general. Like, there's a big argument against technology, that it's been our downfall, that it's been things that aren't good. But it has helped. But it's given our mind the ability to go from thinking that we're the center of the universe to realizing that we are on something that's spinning around something else, to be able to put ourselves in that three-dimensional thing to where we can look around an object. Some people need acid or mushrooms to do it. I don't know, but where you can.
Is this the video you're talking about?
might be. We can only believe what you know. Yeah, it should be. There's a
Okay,
few of
well,
them.
Let's see here.
Yep. Volume. Probably got to go back to a full length video and click the volume button back on.
Say that again. You don't hear it?
Nope.
Okay. Can you hear it now?
No. Can you?
Oh, yeah, I can. Let's see what's going on here.
Oh, did you hit the share volume thing on the share screen? On the StreamYard share screen? When you share the, tab,
I never really do anything special.
Yeah, this
Here,
is
let me do this.
Yeah.
Let me just kill it.
Here. Oops.
Okay, and then let me reshare it. See if this does it.
Yeah. No,
Can you hear it now?
Yep.
Okay.
do you believe? I believe I am a white man.
Oh my goodness, what the fuck?
I think I'm a white man. You think? Yeah. No, do you believe? I believe I am a white man. Don't you know that belief is a doubt? How is belief a doubt? Eh? How is belief because a doubt? You cannot believe something and know it. In my poor brain, wait. Hang on. I cannot believe it.
That
and
makes
know it.
sense.
No. And
You
can
either
only
believe
in
or
what
you
don't
know.
I like that. You can only believe in what you don't know. You don't know. That's why you have to believe it. Yes. Ah. Now, do you believe in your mother and father? No, I know my mother and father. Right. So, but you might believe in Jesus. I might believe in Jesus. Because you don't know Jesus. I've never met him. You can only believe in what you don't know. True. So know that belief is a doubt. Believe. Now, do you know that you are a white man? If you know that you are white, explain to me how you know this. Okay. My mother is Portuguese and she's white. My father is Scottish with blonde and blue eyes. And you reckon they are white? I reckon. All right. Listen to this conversation. Go on, you tell. If I get water, yeah, it's quite simple, isn't it? Yeah. I get a black can, a white one, a blue one, and a yellow one, and I fill them with water and seal them. Yeah, okay. When you look, would you see the water? You can't see the water at all. What would you see? Nothing, just the white or the black. You would see the different colors. The different colors. And if you trust those eyes of yours, you're going to believe that they're different, aren't you? I will believe it. Until you go and fucking taste them. Correct. And what are you going to discover? That it's all just water. All one. Oneness in diversity, we call
Oneness
it.
in diversity.
Now you see all these human beings that you see, who believe that they're Japanese, Chinese, blacks, and whites. Yeah. They are the same. And if you go to any one of them, excuse me, sir, what color is your mind? You see, you hear what he said? He doesn't know what color his mind is. No, go and ask a Japanese, he don't know either. No. Because we are spirits living in different color physical bodies. We are not our bodies. When you look with the eyes, you're not seeing me, you are seeing the body. Just like I tell you, when you look at the tins, you won't see the water, will you? No. Will you look at my body and say I'm a black man? That is a program. You was programmed from birth, to believe that you are blacks and whites. But you fuck all like that. You're just a spirit in a body full of the same stinking shit. Thank you, my friend. I think I'm a white man. You think?
Straight up.
Yeah. No.
Straight up. That's why knowledge is. The more we interact with each other, the more we really know who each other are. But it's the brain mind. It's the coping mechanism that we grow up with. It's the labels that we have to use just to use language. we have to label things and container and compartmentalize things. But we don't realize that we're buying into the whole back end of it because we don't challenge our own perspectives.
Right. Well, let's see what he has to say.
But no, nowhere near that much. Not even close.
Fucker shot me in the leg. Fuck! Don't fuck with me sleeping, goddammit!
The piggies before I go? Are you sure you want the piggies before I go?
Serious, man.
Whoever wants a pig before I go, put a pig in the chat, and we will see.
Well, I have no idea what this is.
There's
all
enough
about.
pigs. I might
He's
do
on
it.
Twitch and shit too. He's got all the green and purple stuff down there. That's all Twitch.
I might.
Oh, he's on. You know, he's on Kick. He's on
food in the
Kick
air fryer.
and Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, one of these days I need to open another a Twitch account or something like that. I just
I'm the best piggy.
Oh my lord.
Best
piggy in the town.
Piggy.
This is thoroughly weird.
I'm a pig. I'm the best piggy. Best piggy in the town. Piggy. I'm a pig. Can I get piggies in the chat? Piggies in the chat. I'm the best piggy. Piggy in the chat. Can I get some oink oink oink? Oink oink, mother truckers. Oink oink. Oink oink. Oink oink.
Oh my boy.
Oink. I'm the best piggy.
Oh boy.
Oink 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 oink. Best piggy in the town.
Got a pretty mouth.
Piggy, piggy. Oink 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 oink. I'm a pig. Oink 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 oink. I'm the best piggy. Oink 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 oink. Best piggy in the town. Oink oink oink.
Boy, this is weird.
You need to get into the power tool sector a little bit more often. I'll tell you what, power tool sector is primo.
You got
YouTube.
it. You know I can't say no to you when you ask for it. You guys earned it.
You don't see anybody in power tool
You
sector
guys
doing
earned it.
that about
Should we
it.
get some
a
weed before we
cordless
go?
drill.
We probably should go get some pre-rolls, huh?
Yeah, it's like old Weird Al said, you know, dare to be stupid. Don't be stupid, dare to be.
So that was the name of an album, wasn't it?
Dare to be stupid. Oh yeah. Great song. And you know, the other thing we got going too that I've really probably the past year or two been really deep diving in is like double talk and double speak, mass psychosis,
Double
and how
speak.
things like that can happen. Like how can something like this even happen in America? 5 years ago, no fucking way anybody would have imagined that this type of shit would be going on.
What you mean deploying the National Guard for no apparent reason?
Yeah.
Now it's hard to tell if this. I don't think that's National Guard. I think that's actual like ICE or something.
Local PD or something.
Yeah, these don't look like National Guard.
That could be live Portland right there.
No, this is this.
Or no, Chicago.
Yeah, I switched over. This is CNN News 18.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing really even going on in Portland. It's pretty much like
still light.
Well, that and it's just I don't even think that the Guard's not even gone into Oregon yet, have they? Or
Oh no, that's right. Yeah, the judge barred.
Yeah. Well,
but
I mean,
Chicago. Another judge allowed the Guard into Chicago.
Yeah.
But those look like either ICE or Border Patrol or something. Looking at their badges. Yeah, I think it's Border Patrol.
Yeah, it looks like Patriot Front and Proud Boys to me.
It could very well be.
Yep. That's
I'm looking at the patch there. I think that's a Border Patrol patch. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
I mean, this is how the brown shirts got
I mean,
started.
why the fuck is the Border Patrol doing this? Who are they rounding up? They're just kind of there.
This is what you call stoking, right? This is
yeah.
This is all part of the game, is what this is. Like, we got to look at the other side of the coin. What this is this is guys that have been hired to be crisis actors, and their role is to be in uniform and to literally, Trump was caught on a fucking hot mic again last week, telling people to go in and cause a scene. He's a showman. He's a fucking producer. Everything he's been doing since he was a freaking early 20s is a production. It's all
Well, let me ask you a question. There are, out in the ether, people actually think that he's trying to stoke up a cause between now and getting closer to next year's election where he declares martial law.
It's not him, dude. He's a narcissist. The only thing he cares about is if people like him or not.
Mm-hmm.
If people like him, he likes them. If they don't like him, he'll let you know. If they don't like me, so I'm going to go after them with all the might that I have. He doesn't have any might. He has the Heritage Foundation behind him. And now he's actually bragging about Russ Vought being the author of Project 2025.
Oh, yeah. Now, you always hear people on the right talking about unelected this and unelected that. Now, why is Russell Vought an unelected OMB director? Why is he running this show? And I'm just wondering why no one's asking this. I haven't heard anyone ask this question.
Touched on this earlier. What happened is that Stephen Miller put his plan into Chat GPT, and they found this is like there's evidence of this, right? Physical evidence of this. That they've been using Chat GPT against us to write their speeches, to come up with the next moves that need to be made, using stochastic terrorism, using psychological operations. This is all part of the play. This is what they're using Donald Trump for. He's just a fucking puppet on a string in front of these guys. He loves to see this right here. Right. He would sit and watch this for hours. Right. Just to watch something pop off, because we all love a train wreck. And when he can believe in his own mind, right, that he's the one calling the shots and making these things happen, when they're actually just filling his head full of shit, knowing that his dad was that his mom was psychotic in her 30s. Okay. Knowing that his dad was Alzheimer's in his early 40s and not necessarily diagnosed until like his early 60s. The man had a fucking fake office in a high-rise with a fake phone and a secretary who told him that he was doing things that were about the company. He thought he was running the fucking company for a decade. No, dude, he wasn't running shit. It's exactly the position that they put Donald in. He's just a puppet out there that goes out and makes stupid statements, and then they all have to cover for him because they're just the opposition party. They're not about helping the people. They're about helping their own bottom dollar, their own bottom line. Not with my tax money, right? Not with my tax. No, with my money that was so hard earned off the backs of the union people that are working underneath you, of the people that you're taking advantage of. Fucking Walt Cleaver, bro. Walt Cleaver, the Beaver's dad, would have to be making $118 an hour in today's society to maintain the trad life. But the trad life is still the expectation that one parent can have 2.5 cars and a wife at home and a 4 or 5 bedroom house and feed the neighbor kids every once in a while. It's a lost cause. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's the veil that's been pulled in front of our heads to make us think that we have the illusion of choice. We don't have a choice. We're all in the same system, right? We choose to be this side or that side. I get blamed for being a fence sitter a lot, for trying to see both sides and not taking a side.
Really?
Yeah.
Offense.
But then again, I get accused of being a fucking far radical lefty too, because I'm this much further left than anybody else. That makes me now.
I get called pro-black.
We don't hear the lefties calling everybody else righties. Now that they're acting.
No, I think the lefties call them fascists.
Yeah. When you act like a fascist and act like a Nazi, don't be offended when somebody calls you a fascist Nazi. It's pretty easy. You want to act like a dictator, and then, somebody calls you a dictator, like, don't take offense. It's kind of like the whole thing with the gays, right? You want to be gay in public and then be offended when I call you gay, instead of just, realizing that we're all the same people. We're all made of the same space dust. That looks like my bowl right there. That was a nice looking bowl.
This is a guy that Deacon Dave likes, Shadow Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Now, he's some sort of black documentary filmmaker, but he is pretty much I wouldn't call him far right, but definitely a religious right person. Mm-hmm. And this video that he's premiering here is called The Pathology of Black Culture versus Christianity. So this is going to be, I would imagine it's going to be very much like a John Galt-like thing, where, black culture can do, like there actually is a black culture that's independent of American culture. People act like, hey, we don't live in America. We just live like parallel to American culture. But anyway, he's one of these guys. He thinks Martin Luther King was basically a piece of shit. Very interesting character.
We can find faults in anybody. But there's a very strong sentiment that this, like this equals this. And we don't put apples and oranges in the same baskets anymore. We put everything in the basket and expect everything to be so-called equal. But that doesn't work with arguments and how things really are in life.
Right.
Being, sniffing a gal's hair, being a hair sniffer is the big argument against Biden, right?
Yeah.
Being a hair sniffer. That's about what most people can come up with, right? He's a creepy old hair sniffer. Really. And we literally have a guy who's been accused by hundreds of women and little girls. But we're so into this whole mentality that we'll justify and rationalize. We'll carry water for this motherfucker even. You know why you don't see a bunch of people? Oh, there he is. Right behind the ear.
Well, I think the right and the MAGA right specifically is much more effective at denigrating their opponents. Donald Trump came up with I don't even remember who he was. He came up with some new nickname for some Democrat.
That's
I can't even remember the specifics.
That's the tactic of dehumanization.
Right. Yeah.
And he does it to everybody because if you don't see
but
him,
I think he does it naturally. It doesn't seem like practiced or
no, he was taught this. He was taught this by old man Cohen, his dad's lawyer. Man. Mm-hmm. His dad's old lawyer, Ray Cohen, not relation to Michael Cohen, literally raised.
Yes, it's Cohen, right? Cohn.
Yeah, not Cohen, something like that.
Yeah, it's Cohen.
cone, yeah, cone,
like snow cone.
Yeah, but like, these are things that like he studied as a kid. That's why Ivanka was on record saying that he always had a copy of Mein Kampf around. He was always reading out of that book.
Really?
Tactics, bro. Yeah. Tactics.
I hadn't heard that.
Psychological tactics and how to get away with being a shit stick. He cheated his way through military school. He cheated his way through Wharton College. And he brags about how smart his uncle is. Because he knows that that's a talking point that's been used throughout all of history. Right? That intelligence is genetic. Bullshit. It's about how much you put into it. It's about effort. It's about your environment.
Well, there's the whole that whole branch of the right wing does it. Dude, you hear CT and John Galt, they make those As a matter of fact, John has a show about low IQ blacks coming up tomorrow.
And it's all the same shit. These are all the same. Look, we think we're the first people to come up with these topics. When we're that dense, bro, right? When we're that fucking ignorant to actually think that these topics have never been thought about before, and this is some nuanced conversation,
right?
Fucking get over it. Our grandparents went over all this shit, right? Socrates and Aristotle went over it too, right? And the guys before them went over it all too. It's the center of the universe, humanoid mentality. Everything revolves around us. Cognitive awareness, we're not taught about at all. We're taught a little bit about how we affect things around us. But like the 12 laws of nature explain all of this. Negative can't exist without positive. Or no, positive can't exist without negative. But negative can exist as a neutral, right? So, like, it's all about perspective, and when we shut ourselves off from perspective, we're doomed. We're literally choosing to be ignorant. Somebody comes to you with any information, or you've experienced this every day. You give somebody some information, you give them some actual hard proof, you even cite a source, and they say, nope, I choose to not accept that even exists.
Oh, not only that, they'll go, well, you just read that in a book. Like,
what did you do? Google that?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, apparently if you don't just come up with some cockamamie idea off the top of your head, basically make it up. It's an argument that John Galt uses about original content. Like if you use any other book or video or whatever to formulate an original thought, it's not an original thought. You just have to come up with this out of
like, only I can save you. And only trust information that comes from our side or from me in particular. Don't believe anything that comes from the other side, right? Our side is the correct side, and allow me to let you know what the truth is. Fake news, bro.
And thank y'all for joining us on this, what is it today? Wednesday Night Live.
I've seen this guy.
Conversation has actually been brewing up for a long time, and as many of you who know me and watch me regularly know that I have a lot to say about particularly Black culture, what that is, and what is its foundations, how has it kind of manifested over the years, over the course of the 20th century to what we see today. And I think tonight is actually a very important conversation. And it comes off the back of a reel that had recently went viral as a result of a clip. Let's see here. What did I do with my journal? I think I left it inside, actually. I had some notes, but I'm going to have to just go off the top of the dome, as the kids say. I don't even know if they say that anymore. They did when I was a kid. But anyway, so this whole so there was this reel, I think it's called King's Hall podcast, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe one of the panelists can correct me if I'm wrong. But in this particular reel, they were discussing Black culture and what they believe Black culture to be. And the question was whether or not an individual who is Black and subscribes to Black culture should repent of that culture if they're going to join the kind of Christ culture of the church. And I think that makes for a very interesting conversation. And I think that
that's kind of what those two guys earlier today.
Off the back of that reel,
to me, I instantly think when I hear stuff like this is what is white culture? If
white culture is the default.
Yeah.
I'm reading a book. There's a guy named Charles W. Mills, and I mentioned him. Well, I actually showed a video by him yesterday. He's like a philosopher. He died a few years ago, but he has a book called The Racial Contract, where he basically breaks this down. There's basically, it's almost like a Du Bois dual consciousness. They're basically two contracts in specifically American culture, but Western culture in general. There is the Hobbes / John Locke social contract. And then there's something called the racial contract, which is kind of parallel, but it's for non-white people. So they're basically Chad O. Jackson and others like him are basically saying there are two cultures in America. There's Black culture. Well, there is white culture, and then there are non-white cultures.
Right. I mean, to me, I think white culture could be anything from a Nazi church in North Idaho to a diverse, integrated church somewhere else.
Right, but what they're going to call it is culture. They're just going to call it culture. It's not white culture, it's culture.
Yeah, and that's just it's a generalization, right? Addicts use generalizations.
Well, it's an adopted norm. It's considered the norm.
Yeah. It's easier for us to process. It's not pushing our boundaries, right? It's allowing us to affirm rather than to have to defend. Like, do you know that's how culture is, or do you just believe it?
Conversation is, when it comes to critique of what we call Black culture. First of all, what is Black culture? Second of all, once you've established the answer to that question, to the extent
I look forward to his answering that.
Critique the pathology of Black culture, what then should be the response of those Blacks?
Guaranteed it'll be over 100 words, and 25 of those will be adjectives.
Should it be to downplay it and say, well, white people commit
and
crimes
one of
too?
those adjectives will be depraved,
be to acknowledge, yes, this is a pathology
depraved
that
or
is
pathological,
and more people need to call it out. What should be the response? Should it be some kind of synthesis of those two views? Hopefully we can get into that this evening. And so, full disclosure, I haven't got to watch the entirety of the episode on the King's Hall podcast. I'm hoping I'm not.
Oh, I don't have to misrepresent anything, American man. He can misrepresent what he says all by himself. It's basically the same argument that you and John Galt and CT use. Black culture is not a part of American culture. It's like a parallel culture.
I actually agree with a lot,
which is bullshit.
Being said in that podcast.
Even Thomas Sowell
Blanchard Robinson
says that there is a precursor to what we call Black culture, and that was that was like
we did for 3 years.
Scotch Irish, that
Kevin Briggins,
that sort of
I've done a number of
low
lives with, and
white culture of the South.
He and
misrepresent. See, what American man calls misrepresent, I call actually understanding what the dude is saying and reading between the lines.
The two of them have individually reacted to this reel that's in question. I don't know if I'm going to play it tonight, that particular reel, but you'll get a kind of sense of what was said in it as the show progresses. And so, without further ado, let me go ahead and bring up my panelists. We have here
You'll get a
Mr.
sense of it,
Kevin
right? Because I'll
Briggins
tell you how to feel
and
about it.
Blanchard Robinson. How are you fellas today?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good.
I'm doing well. How y'all doing?
Good, man. Free Blanche.
Free Blanche indeed. So this is a conversation. So anyway, I think just to kind of give the chronological order of the way that things have transpired. So, of course, the reel went viral. I believe that Kevin did a reaction to the reel, and then Blanche did a reaction to Kevin's reaction to the reel. And Kevin texted me and said, "Hey, link me up with Blanche. We need to have a conversation." And so here we are to have the conversation. I just kind of thwarted myself in the middle of the conversation. I believe what Kevin was asking for was just a one-on-one, but I wanted to be nosy and be part of the conversation. So here I am. So anyway, how should we get started here? Do you guys think I should play the actual reel?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it'll help.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
Yep. And for context, this is a clip that they clipped themselves and put out. So it wasn't like someone taking them out of context. This is what they put out to promote their podcast.
Got you. And is it called King's Hall Podcast?
It is.
Or did I get that wrong? Okay. Okay. So yeah, I think originally when I saw that it went viral and I tried to go find the original source, I had a hard time finding it. But I think the reason for that is because they actually have two podcasts and I was looking at the wrong one. So let's see here. I'm going to type it in King's Hall.
Yep. On X, I think it was also under New Christendom Press.
Yeah, so New Christendom Press is the one that I was looking at, and I didn't see it anywhere on that, but I did end up finding it on King's Hall Podcast. So let's see. Is it Thoughts on Black Culture? Okay, here we go. So I'm going to pull that up.
1.9.
Sorry, I'm not more prepared than I am.
1,000 views. Is that
share screen? Allow.
Oh, that's the short.
Okay, here we go.
Somebody was coming into our church and they're black, and would they be eligible for membership? Ours is this is so crazy. And let's say that somebody was coming into our church and they're black, and would they be eligible for membership in our church? Yes, they of course they would. They'd be eligible for membership in our church. But would they be permitted to participate in, embody, and practice what I would call black culture generally in our church? The answer is absolutely not. Why? Because the characteristics that mark black culture as a generalization, in the same way Paul's talking about Cretans on Crete, they are evil, murderous, violent, bestial people. They steal, they kill, they destroy. They are sinful to the core. They have besetting sins that are like fatherlessness, sexual immorality. They molest children at a high rate. All of any criminal statistic that you could look at, almost pretty much without exception, they excel at them. Black culture.
And it's even interesting. I mentioned it before, but like the black guy on TikTok, he was saying, he's like, y'all crazy. Like, you talking about this person like it's mental health. He said, that ain't no mental health. That's a demon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of people are seeing that. Like this behavior is demonic. To walk up to a white girl,
but yeah,
and to cut her throat
because she's white,
and be like, yeah, we got that white girl.
We got that white girl. And when you think about it, you look at that culture and you say, what are the besetting sins and characteristics of it? And then you say, could somebody come in a lawful church membership embodying that culture? No.
This is amazing. What about the guy or whatever that person was that shot through the Catholic Church stained glass window and killed a bunch of kids? Why are they not concentrating on that problem?
It's apophenia. We find the patterns that we're looking for, right? When we go out looking for something, we find it.
Repudiate that culture.
Yeah, this is just like, there is enough depravity and mayhem and murder to go around this past month or two. Why concentrate on that? Dude, I just don't get people. And then when you call them on it, they want to act like, well, you calling me on it is actually the problem. Frost, what you been up to?
Oh, you already know, man. Hey, just maintaining, man. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. What you been up to, homeboy?
Oh, nothing much. Just grinding away, trying to get shows done. Maybe one day I'll get enough people to be monetized. But
No. Here's the cold part, man. We gotta stay sucker free, man. Hey, and every time, and no. Hey, Stanley, cuz every time I join your panel, hey, I got much love for you because you a real
well, thank you.
original. You real original. Yeah, that part. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing nasty about you. Ain't
It might
nobody gonna
be
say
too
nothing about
original.
you. Yeah, that part. Hey, but no, they ain't gonna say nothing nasty about you. I promise you that, though, homie. Yeah, because if
Well,
they knew that, yeah. Anyways, though, what kind of people you got on the panel right now? I can shoot
well,
them
this is
down.
my buddy Uncle Fatty, who is a philosopher, basically a philosopher. He's a cleric and a philosopher.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'm just a fucking stoned out Gen Xer.
Well, I think we're all three Gen X.
Waiting to get my ass to hunting camp is what I am.
When did you say it opens this weekend?
Yeah, dude. Tomorrow we're heading out tomorrow morning. Been up the past couple of
Wow.
weekends. There's some big elk out there, bro, right now.
Now, do elk and deer kind of are the seasons the same, or is this specifically elk?
Yeah, it'll
Oh,
be
God.
deer and elk at the same time. Yeah.
So will you ignore the deer and go for the elk, or
Depends on what you run
how
into.
does that work?
They got different zones, kind of depending on
I
where you're
see.
at. They'll
I
kind of
see.
rank it to where you're pushing the animals around, but there's certain spots where they'll kind of do their annual thing, and everybody's got their secret spot. You don't ever tell anybody where your secret spot is because that's the secret spot. So.
Wait. Hey, so flag on the play, man. Hey, I went outside my work, man. It was like 40 Canadian geese
Oh
sitting
yeah.
outside, sitting outside, and I said, "Oh my gosh, I can't tell none of these geese apart." Hey, but what I was thinking about was, can you cook a Canadian geese?
Oh yeah.
Well, not if you don't want to. If you want to go to jail, I think Canadian.
No. Time out, flag on the play.
Well, he lives in the
Hold on.
Boston area, so you're not going to be killing Canadian geese in Fall River, Massachusetts.
No. I was at work though in Chun though. Hey, but I got an Uber Eats coming though. Hey, but here's the cold part, Shannon. I said, "Oh my gosh, these motherfuckers shitting everywhere," and I'm
Now,
like,
see, I'm waiting for you to run up and grab one by the neck and wring it.
No, I didn't. No. Hey. I didn't scare the game geese away. Hey, but that's the funny part about life, man. I said, "Oh my gosh, I want to meet these motherfuckers, greet these motherfuckers." I said, "Oh my god, they shitting red."
Yeah, man. Goose shit is the worst. I'm telling you, it's
all they was shitting is red. I said, "Oh my gosh."
They're probably eating berries or something. Maybe they were eating cranberries.
No. That's what everybody's saying out here. But I was like, "Oh my god!" So I've been out here X amount of years, and all I seen was green goose shit, but now it's red. I said, "Who put cars on the hood?" Anyway, hey Stanley, you already know I'm fucking with you, cuz. You already know, man. But anyways,
geese mate for life, right?
Huh?
Yeah, you shoot one goose. Within 5-10 minutes, if they've got a partner, that partner will start to circle around, and they'll stay in that same spot, and they'll let the flock leave them behind.
Hey, you ever seen the turkey? Hey, have you ever seen? No. And cuz I don't even know about the turkeys surrounding the dead cat. I said, "Oh my gosh, what is going on? These turkeys are surrounding a dead cat, and all they were doing was going in circles." I said, "Oh my god, this is some weird ass shit." But anyways.
I don't even know why people turkey hunt. I mean, those most of the turkeys that I used to see, I used to see a bunch of them up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. They were all like scrawny.
He said the Blue Ridge. Oh my gosh. No. But me and the homegirl, as we was driving along the way, we seen a couple of turkeys, man. I said, oh my gosh. She was like, those are the ugliest turkeys I've ever seen in my life. No, they're like I was like, yeah, they definitely.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen a pretty turkey.
Never met my ex-wife.
Hey, I ain't never rib cut a turkey in my life, but you know what I'm saying.
They're good deep fried. They're red meat. It's all red meat. They don't have a white breast meat like a normal, domestic turkey.
Right.
And they're super greasy, usually pretty gamey. But we have a system here with the Boy Scouts here coming up in like middle of November. We do an archery hunt. Every 4 or 5 years, we'll get the Boy Scouts together and do the archery badges in town. Do an urban thinning of the flock, right? Because these fuckers come out of the woods and now they just live in town and they just eat everybody's shit out of their yards and they're just nuisance animals and they get all pissed off when you get close to them and shit. And
hey, no. I'm listening. Hey, just give me 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Hey,
well, I mean, when you bow hunt a turkey, you're going for center of mass or whatever, right?
Yep. And
does an arrow you're using like compound bows?
Yeah.
Because I would think a compound bow would just fucking obliterate a turkey. Like there'd be nothing left to eat.
You gotta set your weights and know your lengths and your distance of where you want to be shooting and the type of broadhead you're using too. A lot of times they'll just use a stun, just a big ball.
I see.
Right? And it'll just it'll penetrate still, but it won't go all the way through them. Especially in town when we're doing that shit, because you got to have strategic spots. You don't want to just be out willy nilly. Just be sitting in a bush, little squawk box, and getting them to come to you. And then when they're in that designated zone, then that's your firing zone, and responsible shit like that. But.
Yeah, years ago, there was a 4-H club. I lived in in Warren County, Virginia. Front Royal, Virginia was the the county seat, and they had something called Shenandoah Shooting Sports. And my son, for a couple of years, we were kind of into archery. Yeah. And we just kind of fell out. But yeah, man, we'd go shoot shotguns, crossbows. They had an indoor archery range. Yeah. So and then we did outdoor archery in the spring and summer. It was actually really fun.
Here's let's see, I'll share this.
Hey, and that's the cold part, Stanley. We all love competition, right?
Well, I don't know that I do so much these days.
No. We love competition. Hey,
when I was young, I did.
No. Hey, I would never ever challenge you to anything, Stanley. Hey, that's why I fuck with you. I respect your motherfucking position, and I would never challenge you on.
Well, I don't make too many decisions these days. I just kind of hang out and
yeah, me too.
The only decisions I make are which videos we get to react to.
Or if we see a rare footage of frogs on the block, it's just nasty work. Nasty work. Hey, but it's quiet on the set when I come outside. Ain't nothing happening.
Well, shoot, it's like almost 10 o'clock there. What would you be expecting to happen?
Nothing.
I mean, this is Fall River. It's not like downtown Boston.
No. This is real. This is real talk, man. Hey, look up. Look what happened up a couple of days ago. Yeah, that part, man. Hey, and it's not about that. I'm not no savior to these cats that got these weird ass names and shit. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm that motherfucker. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm showing all the homies. You know what I'm saying? We got B dogs out here, GDs, BDs, whoopty whoops.
What are you talking about? Gangs?
No, yeah. I'm talking about the streets.
Oh.
Not about no
I don't know
gangs.
nothing about the street.
I don't know nothing about no gangs. Hey, but here's the cold part, man. It's a collaboration, man. It can't be no collaboration. But what's the point of even being outside?
Yeah.
Well, at your age, you shouldn't be outside this time of night.
What you talking about, man? I ain't got no fucking rules. Hey, no. So you mean to tell me stand there and be like, hey, get inside the house, cuz it's past your bedtime, cuz it's past your curfew.
You're in Boston, right? But you're wearing a
No, he's he's in Fall River.
I'm in Fall River.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, what is it? That's not, what is that, like 30 miles from Boston or something?
Yeah, it's about 30, 40 minutes away. But anyways, you know what I'm saying? We got New Bedford right around the corner. Whoop-de-whoop.
Dude, I know New Bedford and Fall River. I used to live in Newport. Well, actually, it was Middletown, Rhode Island. And on Saturdays, me and my buddies, we go over to Fall River. There was a place, I think it was either New Bedford or Fall River. There was a club called The Main Event.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. All right. Hey, thank you, homie.
The Main Event. I met this girl from Nicaragua. We dated for like 6 months. It was so cool. This is like one of the rare times in my life. I meet this girl. I'm not much of a dancer, but I'd had just the right amount of alcohol because she and I just danced, just kept dancing. So at the end, they're closing up the club, and I'm like, "Hey, you want to go home? You want to go back to my place?" And she's like, "Yeah." She came with her cousin, and her cousin was like, "Well, what are y'all doing?" So you know what I told her? I told her cousin, because this girl was from Nicaragua. She was like visiting. I told her cousin, hey, you don't have to worry. I'm a naval officer. I'll make sure she gets back home safe. Don't you worry. I was like, that's one of the few times I could probably count on one hand the number of times I meet a girl and it's like, hey, let's go back to my place. And she goes. I'm like,
No.
This is awesome.
And this is why I love you, cuz you counterintelligence, man. I love that shit.
Oh, dude, hey, you know what? She said her name was Corazon. It means heart.
Nice.
Yep.
I'm Steve. I'm from Seattle. I'm over here for the night.
Oh my God. Mm-hmm.
It means heart.
Yeah.
Oh man. You know what? I don't remember the main event in Norfolk. Where was it? Downtown Black Night? Or was it out in Virginia? I don't remember. That must have been after.
Pretty hot name though. That was a pretty popular name for bars in the late 80s.
Really?
Oh yeah.
What is this supposed to be? A Donald Trump is a turkey wrap?
Chicken taco.
A chicken. That's funny. A chicken taco.
You know, Trump always chickens out.
Yeah. I remember. No, the taco.
Oh yeah.
Dirty dude says, "Get into the crib, Frost."
No, but here's the cold part, man. Hey, imagine Donald Trump. Imagine, hey, and I wish I was in his shoes.
Why?
Because he ain't got nothing to worry about. Reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You ain't got to worry about it.
Yeah, he just gives everybody else something to worry about.
Really? He's made $3.5 billion in the past 10 months.
How much? Billion with a B? Damn.
$3.5 billion. He went into office with a net worth of around $500 million. And now he's worth about $4 billion.
Hey, I guarantee
Wow.
all my homies be faded like a motherfucker. Be like, hey, Frog said, no, I'm
I
just
don't
kidding.
know if I
Hey,
put those shoes on, though. You might get some bone spurs.
Yeah, that's not.
Oh, he was wearing those white golfing shoes last weekend.
Yep, those are orthotic.
Imagine cousin the fade though. Come on, man.
Yeah.
I can't trust nobody's position that don't know how to fight. Ain't never been in a fight. Don't know how it is to bleed through the nose. Don't know how about none of
What
that.
on earth? Wait, hold it. How do we start talking about fighting?
No, I'm talking about your hero. I'm talking about your hero.
Who, Donald Trump?
No, is that your hero?
No.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I was talking about Cuz's hero. Cuz's hero must be him. So if Cuz is that part. Imagine being in a fade, Cuz in the penitentiary. Yeah, that part.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just saying though. Yeah, come on, man. I can't trust the allegiance of people that have never been in situations that are so fucked up. The criteria means you only got two options: kill or be killed. Yeah, but
Well, I can't say I've ever been in that situation.
None of these cats ever been to that part.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, aren't you happy that they've never had to make those sorts of life and death decisions?
Nope.
No,
I think
no.
everybody should have to go through them.
Because if you ain't never been in that life or death situation, how the fuck you gonna make a life a life or death? How are you going life or death situation?
Well, I mean, I've had to take someone off of life support. Does that count? That's literally a life or death.
Right there. No, and I don't even know what that's like, but you know what I'm saying? I know what it's like to see my homies brains busted out, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do next? Yeah, I know about all that.
Well, it's like
can't.
All the words that we learn at rehab or the words that we learn at like anger management class. Right? People that don't go through those classes don't understand the concepts of those words like rationalizations and justifications.
Come on, man. We ain't doing no CTR training right now. I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying this. I can't trust a motherfucker that can make decisions on all of our lives that ain't never even put his life on the line. That's it, man. Right.
Oh, that's an interesting point. I kind of agree with that. I think one of the prerequisites, not like it doesn't have to be an official thing like on paper or constitutional, but I would much prefer elect a president who's had at least a little bit of military experience. Donald Trump just has no clue. Like, dude, you really shouldn't even be saluting. And this is a very small example, but you don't salute like the way these guys do in their little suits, dude. You don't salute if you're not in uniform. We didn't when I was in the Navy. You know, like every morning you come into the ship in civilian clothes, you don't salute the flag. You just kind of face it. And if you want, you put your hand over your heart, but you don't salute in civilian clothes.
Yep.
Now he is a commander in chief. I guess he can do whatever the hell he wants, but it looks goofy to me.
It's all for show, man. It's all for show.
I ain't never heard of Cuz.
Yeah.
Hey, and I'm a nasty motherfucker with a coach. Hey, Danny, salute, man. I'm just fucking around, man. But you already know, man. I ain't never heard of this cat. Yeah. He done been through some things. Ain't we all?
What cat are you talking about? Uncle Fatty?
No. The cat, they ain't struck back.
Okay, I've lost the bubble here.
Well, hey, here's the
Yeah,
cold.
Osborne made it into heaven, right?
Hey, I done
No doubt he did.
I done been in females' households that had many cats, and they all fucked me up, man. They used to scratch.
Oh, you mean actual cats?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
done had these, hey, Stanley, this is on my life. I done had these cats try to kill me, and it's cute, you know what I'm saying? But it's not cute when, you know what I'm saying, you realize they really trying to kill you. Hey, but anyways, I'm just talking about the fact that people got the time to play with other people's emotions and everything, and then their money, that's crazy work. When you play with people's money, that becomes a problem. And hey, I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't got no money. So they can't play with me. I ain't got no money. But the people that do that, that's some nasty work, man. They better pay attention. Better pay attention. That's all. Nothing more.
You know, I have literally, it's been a while since I've been in a conversation, a Faulknerian type of conversation where you just go with the stream of consciousness. I have no idea where this conversation is going to wind up, but I'm sure I'm going to enjoy getting there.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely 100%, man. Hey, and the conversation needs to be had though, Stan. It's crazy work.
No doubt it does.
It's crazy work. I said, oh my gosh.
There it is.
I don't know though. I actually do need to wrap this up if I'm going to get up in the morning. We're at 4.5 hours here, so
nice.
Yeah, I got to wrap it up. I am. Oh my God, is that a navel on his head?
Sure.
What is
Hey,
that?
no. Here's the cold part. Hey, it's Stan. You already know, Cub. Hey. I love you to death, Cub. Hey, and I'm out though.
You too, Frost. Well, I'll see you next time. I'll be back in the morning and possibly tomorrow evening.
I'll be around like the spinners, Cub. Yeah, that part.
Oh, okay. Have a good night.
Be good.
Frost is my spirit animal.
I like that.
All right, folks. I'm going to wrap this up because I am starting to get sleepy here, unfortunately. But I am going to pick up this Chad O. Jackson thing in the morning because this is just fascinating. I don't know. It always kind of weirds me out to see Black people talking about Black culture being separate. Like, dude, you grew up in some version of the culture. You do realize that it is just one facet of American culture. I don't understand how people just can grow up in the culture and then just say, "Oh, hey, it's like it's just its own thing."
Is a choice.
I mean, it's almost like you're otherizing yourself.
Yeah. And unknowingly doing it. You know, it's the unknowing part. It's the
You don't think these guys know what they're doing? Because I think what it is they are basically separating themselves from, like, I'm not one of those.
Right. It's like the Mexicans that voted for Trump thinking that he was only going to take the bad ones.
Yes.
It's the psychopathy of it. It's the rationalization. It's the justification, right? It's the extra thought that you have to put into the shit when it doesn't feel natural. That makes it feel natural because you're telling yourself that it is. Fucking Statue of Liberty isn't standing out there with a big ass stop sign in her hand, right?
Wait, hold it. You know what, Uncle Fatty? I've literally thought, at some point they're either going to take that inscription off of the pedal. It would, and I know this sounds weird. It will not surprise me if they decide to alter the Statue of Liberty.
I figured
if they
that
just
here
said, "Hey,
within the
we're gonna paper over the inscription, or we're gonna take it down," just
it'll be Mexi Gold spray paint, bro. She'll be gold plated. She'll be out there gold plated in all of her glory.
Well, I just kind of figure maybe it'll be like Planet of the Apes when they just blow it up.
Berm.
We're gonna put the Statue of Liberty into a museum. We no longer accept you're poor, you're tired.
Nope. And we literally got little Goebbels Jr. freaking Stephen Miller quoting Goebbels at Charlie Kirk's funeral, and it's just like,
yeah, we watched that on we did a Sunday show, and yeah, man, that was just goodness gracious.
Weird. And that's the justifications. That's the cult mentality. It's the us versus them. You got somebody in the public eye that's saying things like this, that's getting all the attention, who's literally paying for the attention,
right?
And expect people not to buy into it. I think we know from actual evidence that he's a fucking Russian plant.
Well, I read somewhere where like his family disavowed him. It was something that his family, basically saying, "Hey, dude, this dude is not one of us." They're like disavowing him
straight up. It's just human
nature. Can you
nature.
imagine being so bad that your family wants nothing to do with you? Even the Unabomber's brother, there was like on the anniversary or something like that.
Yep.
They interviewed his brother. I can't remember whether it was 60 Minutes or something like that. And he said, "Hey, you know what? Even after, years down the line when he was in jail, I always tried to reach out to him." So, even the Unabomber's brother, still wanted to, something to do with him. And like, when your family's like, "Oh, we don't want anything to do with him," you got to be bad. You're worse than the Unabomber.
Yeah. Dahmer's family did the same thing. Tim McVeigh's family did the same thing. All these young shooters that we have out in society, their families all struggle the same way.
Yeah.
It's self-doubt, not wanting to leave somebody behind, wanting to be, a real Christian move, right? Is to try to help that person and in one way or another, either, bring the gospel to them or to forgive them, or if nothing else, just give them a chance to say their piece and find their own forgiveness if they want it, or whatever it is. I think it's just human nature, that.
Do you think that Charlie Kirk's wife, at the funeral, she said she forgave the shooter? Do you think that was just for show? Or do you really think she was genuine?
I'll just keep it short and sweet and say, no, she was not being genuine.
Huh,
that was an act. That was an act.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got the impression too.
Yeah, she's got some skeletons in her closet too. Her shit goes way back.
I can only imagine.
Old money, like old money. She's part of the fucking Ghislaine Maxwell crowd.
Is that right?
Hanging out with the royals. Her family,
really?
Bro, her family's got some major skeletons. They started up an orphanage, and half the kids disappeared.
Wow.
It's well-known knowledge that Trump owns people. Sex slaves.
Well, you know what?
It's projection, Stan. It's projection, bro. Every single thing that they are trying to project onto the other side is
yeah.
in a way to normalize what they're doing within themselves, so that when they get caught, it's already normalized, and it's the justification that, like Pizzagate, every single thing. Okay, why is Mike Johnson's wife so concerned about bestiality? And people,
I don't know that much about his wife. I do know that his son and he, that thing where they check on each other. What is it? They check on each other to find.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean, you look into some of these people's past, and you listen to what they're saying. Was it Maya Angelou that said, like, when people tell you who they are, listen the first time?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that can't ring any truer in today's society, where, the opposition party has gotten the power, and the opposition narrative is now running all, because that's the authoritarian way, right? Is own the narrative. To the winner goes the history books. We're literally remaking the Smithsonian in one person's view of how the past was.
Well, I can't help but think we've crossed an event horizon. We are not going back to the way it was.
The rapture was Y2K, bro. This is purgatory.
I don't think some of the stuff that Trump has broken so far, I don't think certain amount of it can't be repaired. We have crossed that threshold.
It's all about what we want. But I'm a firm believer too that we don't vote for what we want.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
What scares us the most, right? Whoever's fear mongering us to the most is the one we vote for, because we vote against what we're scared of, and we're just animals, and it's very easy to trigger our emotions into being scared of they, them, and the others, right? But when you have the rich man who can convince the poorest man to give him the change out of his pocket, then he doesn't.
Well, Johnson said something. Lyndon Johnson said something like that.
Yeah, you convince the poorest man that his neighbor is coming to get him. He will give you the change out of his pocket because he thinks but the neighbor is like in the other town, or like the neighbor doesn't even really exist for that matter. Like there's less than 10 transgender athletes in the NCAA with over 500,000 athletes, but we're concerned about.
I didn't realize it was that small a number.
Less than 10, bro. But it's the big topic because it's an appeal to emotion. It's an appeal to fear, right? That they are going to turn your child this way, or they're going to hurt your child. Who's they? Who are they?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out who's Antifa.
There's no sign-up page.
No.
And here's the deal with language. If you are against Antifa, you're a fascist. It's plain language, right? If you are against anti-fascism, then you are for fascism.
Well, I kind of wonder if it's going to be the kind of catch-all where, somebody, they're just going to randomly blame, hey, we think you're Antifa, and there's no, basically just saying it will be enough to just kind of tar and feather you.
Well, isn't that what they're trying to do right now?
Apparently so.
Any dissent against the president of the United States, you'll be labeled as a domestic terrorist. Yeah. That's right out of 25, just like anything that's gay, anything that's sexually gay will be banned and outlawed, so that you can't even dress like a gay or act like a gay in public. But who gets to make that determination, right? Where's the line at? Where's the boundary at? Where somebody can't just call a line and say, this for gay, and boom, and off to the, involuntary lethal injections until they run out of shots and have to use gas.
Well, I'm thinking Christy Noam is out there. Probably she's the one making the determination. I see her out in the streets making stops all the time.
If she can find a place to poop, it'd be pretty nice.
She apparently she's up in Chicago, personally arresting people and sending them to detention centers.
Because it's all about the show, right?
Apparently.
It's all about the perp walk. And it's all about convincing people of something. And in order to do so, you have to show them it, right? You have to show them why they need to be scared, right? But if there's anything that I know and anything that I've experienced, it's that balance will always find its way to work itself out, right? And right now, we're in the time of Libra, right? And Libra is about Lady Justice coming back after we reap our harvest. Now we're in the post-harvest stage, and we have to weigh our heart against our soul. And every late September coming into October, we see this in all of society worldwide, that this is the time of judgment against each other, right? And now we're coming into the winter where we're going to be on the kind of the downswing and mellowing out. And then springtime, it's all about the regrowth and the rebirth. But they're flipping the narrative now is what they're doing. And they're going to impose some pretty fucking gnarly shit. And I got a really, really bad feeling. And I've been listening to these motherfuckers up here who talk about this shit all the time, nonstop. Right. About country domination, right? And white power and straight up white supremacy. And they're itchy, bro. They're getting froggy and they're getting really ready to jump, bro. And I'm telling you, fucking be prepared. Okay, because we've had it real good. We've had it real good for a long time. But you can't have the good without the bad. Pendulum will swing, and it is swinging right now. And I got a really, 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 really fucking bad feeling, dude. A really bad feeling about what this country is going to be facing in the future. And unless we can species and unite as Americans and get over all of this fucking they, them, and the other bullshit, and we can agree. If we can't even agree upon what fascism and authoritarianism is, and we actually have a pretty good, 33% of the country who aspires to be dominated, we're in a bad spot, dude, because it only takes about 10%. Once you hit that 10% point, that's usually all it takes for that shit to really take over, and just being 10% complacent. Balance will find itself, man. And I mean, like, we're missing thousands of people out of fucking Alcatraz. The alligator Alcatraz. Thousands of people.
Oh yeah. I heard like 800, or it's like some huge number.
These are fucking human beings, bro. And we're so far into this pit, all of us are, that we have dehumanized each other for so long that when we hear something that should be so fucking shocking to our core, that Americans are being deported on accident, right? That people are missing from a concentration camp in America.
Yeah, I read about it, but I haven't heard any sort of follow-up.
Well, why would you when the fucking government owns all the media sources and has them all fucking kowtowing to a dictator who threatens to sue them because his feelings get hurt because they don't like me. They talk shit about me, so I will sue them and shut them down. Fucking narcissist, bro. Fucking pussy who can't face his own fucking fragile self to admit that he's ever been wrong at all, ever. Ever. So fragile. So weak. That's why AOC was saying a couple nights ago on her live stream, right? Mock these motherfuckers. Mock the dictator. Laugh at these fools for the fools that they are. Don't play into this fucking game. Don't allow them to tell us how strong they are and what a bold statement they've made. Bullshit. George Carlin said it best. It's one big fucking game and we're not invited.
Well, I'm struggling to hear Stephen Miller talk about himself being a manly man.
what it is, his wife called him a sexual matador.
What does
You know what
that even
matadors
mean?
do? They
Well, they
antagonize the bull.
stick those little things in the hump of the bull.
Yeah. They antagonize them and they get the bull to charge. And then when it runs past them, right, they right in the neck.
What is it, a picador?
Matador is a term that's been used for ages, right? That's a term. That's a thing that they're putting into society. It's not just like a trope. You know, it's not just a funny little whimsical meme, right? We're literally in meme warfare. And we're talking about civil war. I say we've been at war for a long time. The problem is psychological warfare is warfare. You don't have to declare war for that to be.
It was kind of like an internal Cold War.
I mean, it's even worse than that. It's shit that's straight out of the fucking Nazi playbook. It's straight out of the anarchist cookbook. It's straight out of like books about how to take over society, how to rule people by the masses. I got a couple of really good videos I would like to go over with a guy like you that, you know, that could understand kind of the nuance of how it works of things like doublespeak.
Right.
And,
yeah.
You know, and things like hypnotism. You know what's going on over at Galt's and at Be Braves? They're all hypnotizing each other. We're all hypnotizing each other.
Yeah, like mass hypnosis.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not part of it. You know, we all do it. It's society. It's just how much we can separate ourselves from that and realize that system exists, rather than just being the slave to the system, rather than just being the addict that's caught up in the routine. Routines are addiction. You know, try brushing your fucking teeth with the other hand, and your brain will freak out. Little changes in our routine. Our routines are addictions. It's all coping mechanisms based off of our brain psychology and our brain chemicals and shit. So like, yeah, I've been saying it since the late 90s. You know, we got a group of fucking Nazis up here. You know, we've had cross burnings up here, bro. We've had 3 cross burnings since last October.
No way.
Yeah, man.
Well, wait, hold it. Are there black people up there to burn crosses?
Oh, sure. Spray painting swastikas and shit on their garage doors and on their cars.
Really?
Yeah,
Holy
man.
shit.
Yeah. You know, we got them running around town putting flyers in people's mailboxes. I got a court case coming up because we went out and fucking chased these guys around here last fall when they were doing this shit. It's okay to put flyers on people's front porch, on their windows and their windshield wipers. You cannot put shit in federal mailboxes. And they hit a whole neighborhood, bro.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and we got a group of guys that are straight up Yahtzee hunters. And I'm fucking one of them. Because I know what that shit can do, man. Like it's psychological fucking warfare. They prey on the young men that are looking for group mentality, that are looking for companionship, that feel like they're down and destitute, and they tell them, you know, you're being taken advantage of by these people. This is the reason you're down, right? The reason you're being held down is because of these people, not because of your own faults, not because you can't face life for what it is and use the bootstraps to get yourself up off the ground. No, always blame and scapegoat. Right. And that gives you power over that person to get them into your fold and your flock. Did you ever watch the Book of Eli with Denzel?
You know what? I never have, but I know it's on one of the I think it might be on Hulu or something.
Just came out for free on YouTube. And I'm telling you, dude, it's a great movie. The bad guy is looking for the last Bible. He's looking for a Bible. Right. And it's in it's in this, you know, utopian after society's collapse and whatever. And Denzel's got the only Bible. And he's trying to get it to some place he doesn't know where it's supposed to go, but he's walking through time.
Really?
And
yeah, I'll have to have a look at it.
it's a great book, you know, because the bad guy, he knows what that Bible is worth. He
Mhm.
knows the power in those words, but he doesn't know the words and how to formulate them and put them together, and how to use cadence to talk, and how to emphasize the last word in the sentence, and all of that comes with control, mind control.
Right.
And that's the worst thing I see about it. The fucking Bible is not a box full of ammunition to be used against one another. It's supposed to be an enlightening thing, but there has to be a flip to that coin, and it will be used for that. And when we have pastors and priests and ministers endorsing one person over the other for politics, it's a bad thing. That's exactly what the founding fathers were fighting against.
Right.
Like I said on your comment this morning too, you know, about peasants. In general, white people have this kind of impression that all of our ancestors came from royalty in Europe. No, bro. 99% of all white people were slaves too, to other white people. They just called them peasants, right? They were enslaved through the financial systems, you know, where the king keeps all the money, gives a little trickle down to the people. And then Robin Hood comes and takes some from the king and gives it back to the people. That's, you know, this is a story as old as time. Like Genghis Khan had a Robin Hood that fought against him. And the Aztecs.
John, where have you been, John? I haven't seen you in a few days.
Yeah.
Well, shit, it's been like what, a week? 2
Exactly.
weeks?
Yeah, that's the exact. Yeah, spoiler alert, but great fucking movie, man. Great fucking movie.
Oh, I'll have a look at it. Hey, dirty dude, what? You've never been in one of those snake handling Pentecostal churches?
Mm.
Are those all down in North Carolina?
Yeah. I mean, white church to me, I mean, just look up White Church, Idaho on YouTube and see what comes up.
Oh, I have to do that.
I mean, you're talking about like, you know, Elon Musk type of guys that, you know, arsenals and shit, you know, guys wearing their sidearms into church because you're goddamn right, it's fucking America and it's my right.
Did they even do that back in the Wild West?
Yeah, you know, it's just
into church.
It's, yeah, got an armed guard out, and you know, just in case, right? Just in case.
Well, you know, I can actually kind of understand that. You know, Michigan, there've been some. Oh, that's right. This dude, it's the dude with the beard.
Mm-hmm.
Is it this dude here? He's like the senior pastor. He's got a white beard and hair and all. Is this what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this guy here.
We got 4 churches within an hour of me right here that are labeled straight up as domestic terrorist organizations.
Really?
You know?
There he is. Is this the guy you're talking about? Because oh shoot, I'm sorry. Apparently this guy's somewhere in North Idaho. I've seen a news article with him before.
Yeah.
And he's got 2 junior pastors under him.
Yeah. Coca-Cola Bible Church. I mean, I shouldn't even, but I mean, it's just fucked up, dude. It's just fucked up. That's what it is. We got a real nice, very diverse community around here.
Mm-hmm.
And seriously, growing up through the 90s, there was no culture. For a reason, right? Because they were kept out. They were told to not come. And it was known, like this is still known as a place that has that reputation. You know, a couple of years ago, we had
Coeur d'Alene is a college town, right?
Yeah, for sure. We got a great basketball team, you know, a couple of white guys on the team. Black guys don't go out after dark.
Oh, I bet they don't.
You know, and it's fucked up, dude. That's not what my interpretation of what America should be is all about. No,
now, you would think the basketball players would at least be safe.
I mean, problem is there's just
well, I mean, when I say safe, I mean like, hey, you know what? These guys are like, you know, helping out the school. You know, we'll just cut them a pass.
Yeah, who's to say though? You know, we got guys running around town still wearing red suspenders and Dr. Martens. You know, straight like they're, you know, living in American History X. They don't know who it doesn't matter who you are. Just the fact that you're colored folk, you know, is all they care about. You know, hard R every day, right? Hard R multiple times every day. Like, just stupid fucking mentality. It's the uneducation. It's the rationalizations and justifications that they come up with to be that way, you know, and they found camaraderie and what they needed in their group, and the us versus them mentality, when in reality, we're all just spiritual beings who've been programmed to see each other's avatar, to see each other's body as a different way, to think about things in that certain programmed way that, you know, euthanetics and genetic shit like that. It's just, that shit's been used as a divide and conquer tactic for hundreds, thousands of years. Now, there's a reason why the land where Jerusalem is and most of Israel has been under siege and at war for 4,000 years. And here we are thinking we're having a nuanced conversation, trying to figure out how to make it so that land is no longer at war.
Oh, by the way, speaking of which, Trump is saying that Hamas and Israel have come to understanding about the hostages, at least, and Israel pulling out of Gaza.
Yeah, and until the next time, because
I'm thinking the same thing. This, you know,
it's all an act. You know, if he was real about that sentiment, he would arrest Putin the minute he stepped on American soil. He would have arrested Bibi the minute he stepped on American soil, and he wouldn't have became a fucking war criminal for bombing fucking helpless people out in the fucking ocean on a fishing boat.
Oh yeah, well, the Democrats tried to get a resolution passed in the Senate, and they got blocked. So the Republicans basically are holding off the Democrats so Trump can keep doing it. And then the other thing, Trump says he may actually go to the Middle East this weekend. So that's
what Stephen Miller's putting into his ear this week, right? Remember when we were talking about Greenland?
Yeah.
Remember when we were talking about whatever else we were talking about?
Yeah, we were talking
flood the zone, right?
Rare earth.
Yeah. Flood the zone with information so there's so much shit. The truth, right? You know what the truth is? The truth is a little golden nugget, right? It's a little golden nugget in a swimming pool full of shit. Right? And here we are digging through the swimming pool full of shit looking for that little golden nugget, right? And there's lots of corn. There's lots of peanuts. But there's only one fucking golden nugget. And when we're so short-brained that literally we can go day to day to day to day now and have multiple impeachable offenses on each day that we just overlook because we're so used to the shit being fucking shoved in our faces. That's you know, I don't know, man. I think we're fucked. You want my honest opinion, bro? I think we're fucked, and I think we're living out kind of the last of maybe what could be the good days of America. I think shit's gonna hit the fucking fan. And I'm really scared for what's gonna.
Well, you know, I'm thinking that you know,
I think we'll get through.
There is a shelf life. People can't live forever.
That and ideas can't live forever.
Right.
You know, and sentiments can't live forever. You know, we see this 200-year pattern is pretty typical. We've made it 250. It's kind of a miracle. So one way or another, whoever opposes the idea will always find a way to get the masses behind them with, you know, appeals to fear, appeals to emotion, shit like that.
All right. Well, with that pleasant note, folks, everybody make sure you hit that like button on the way out. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. I will be back more than likely between somewhere around 7:45 or 8 Eastern time in the morning. And John, it's good to see you. Who knows? Who knows? Well, I mean, I know it'll be news articles in the morning, but I want to finish up this Chad O. Jackson thing because he's got me kind of fascinated.
And that Supreme Court argument stuff was pretty wild yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I definitely want to do that. As a matter of fact, I would listen to it overnight, but I know I'm going to fall asleep. But no. I downloaded it from the SCOTUS website.
Cool.
So it's only like it's maybe an hour and 15 minutes long. So it is possible I'll do it on the morning show because I'm really interested in that.
I'll do a timestamp thing on it for kind of a topical timestamp that you can work off of there's a few kind of dried, you know, like a 10 or 15 minute kind of little couple of them, but there's a couple that get pretty good that are worth going right too. But yeah, either way. Have a good night.
All right. Well, everybody, thank you. I'll probably see you on Political Punk.
I would imagine I'll be over there a little later on around for punks. He's got a great late night show, man.
No, you know what? I don't even know how I discovered it. It just kind of wandered into my algorithm. But he is definitely a character.
For sure.
So
punk rock will never die. Punk rock, you know, it's all about unity, man.
Dude, well, you know what? I wish I'd known about him. He's talented.
He's only been on YouTube for like 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, he's already up. He's got like 60,000 already, but he had fame apparently as a gamer. But here's the deal. I'm like, how the fuck did he not wind up with like, you know, songs on the radio? I mean, 2 or 3 of those songs he plays on his shows, those are like fucking like great songs. Why the hell I know he talked about he came close to having some sort of deal and it just never happened. I'm like, man,
you know, you don't really care if you get signed or not. You're just in it for the love of the experience and the love of the music and the love of what's happening in the now and not being a sellout.
Right.
And ultimately not ever getting into that system where you can't say fuck authority.
Let me see. Let's see. Can I find him right quick? I'll drop his link.
Yeah, good show. Shit, there was over 500 people in chat for the whole entire show last night.
Yeah, I saw that.
Pretty badass. And, you know, good conversations too, where everybody's allowed
well, the chat is actually pretty entertaining.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. Some characters.
I like the way. See what I like is he doesn't let people fuck around in his chat. He gets them out of there real quick.
Yeah. Got to manage those expectations. You know, you got to have a boundary.
Apparently, he is real good at managing those expectations.
Yep. And that's what life's all about. You know, is without having to verbally say this is the expectation. When shit happens, you got to be on it, you know, and you can't give people an inch. They'll take a mile.
All right. So I just dropped Tommy's link in there.
Sub up to Stanley Cross.
Yeah. Well, y'all have a good night and Hopefully you get an elk. If you do get one, make sure you take pictures, please.
Oh yeah. Actually, well, yeah, I got some good shots. Yeah. The first time I ever met my ex-wife, I went up to this hunting camp with some buddy of mine, and here's this set of feet sticking out of a carcass of a cow elk. She was up there grabbing the larynx and shit. She was all the way down up in the rib cage.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
There's some big elk. There's some, and that moose I got, man, that was a monster, bro.
So it's like Star Wars?
Very much. Very close to it.
In there. Holy shit.
Yep. Yeah, that freaking, you can put in for a moose tag, you get a once in a lifetime draw. And you can put in, now they've opened it up, I think, where you can do it every 7 years because the moose are coming back and pushing all the elk down south. But dude, that's.
Let me ask you a question. The Native Americans, do you have any sort of tribe or reservation? Because I hear they don't even need a license. They can just pretty much do it whenever they want, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, we got about a half an hour south of me is the Coeur d'Alene Indian Reservation. We got Shoshone Indians, Coeur d'Alene Indians, Kalispell. Kalispell's kind of from Montana into Spokane. They've got multiple casinos around, and yeah, there's quite a few spots where you can go out in the grass fields and just out in, they're out there every day. If you need
Man, that would be. I don't know. I wonder if I'd like doing it every day, but
yeah, it's just
right, let me get out of here.
Yeah.
I eat something and then go to sleep. So
I
would see everybody.
Huckleberries. That his steak was bright purple and tastes like candy.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Good stuff. But you can't eat no little chihuahuas, can you? Oh, Can't eat chihuahuas. No, we can't.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
All right, good to see you, brother.
You too. Good talking to you. See everybody later. DiCapriono, Brian, John, Dirty Dude, and the gang. I'll see some of you in the morning.
Perhaps.